That's the least important bucket. Then we have our crit damage, and then of course crit chance for our crit damage. And then we have, what's our final bucket? Crit, big damage, vulnerable damage, and main stat. So int or strength or dex, whatever it is for your character, right? Then there's certain builds that may play around with like overpower based on your fortify or something. And in those cases, you will need to, again, look a little bit at what the affixes are that you want. But let's take a look right here. So for my sorceress, what I aim for, if we look at my my stats right here, you can see my crit chance is 38.6%. But thanks to this passive, I gain an additional 60%, which means 98.6% chance of a critical strike. So my build pretty much always crits as long as I'm at or above 100 mana, which means I run a build that also tries to remain above 100 mana as often as possible to help this out. Then I have 131% crit strike damage. I have my vulnerable damage at 223%. Then I have my all damage right here. Again, all of this gets added together, but only when it actually occurs. So if there is a monster that is close to me, which is about within a waypoint distance around you, if they're frozen, I get the additional 15. If they're stunned, I get the additional 37. If they're crowd controlled, which is a lot of things, you can see immobilized, stun, knockback, knockdown, taunt, fear, tether, daze, chill, frozen, slowed. Any of those things, I get an additional 113%. Yeah, and just continuing. So, anyways, that gives you an idea. You can look at your stats here to see what your chance for like crit chance and all of that stuff is, because you may want to have higher crit chance on your character. Otherwise, if you're running like 10% crit chance, maybe your critical strike damage isn't going to be as important for your character, right? So, let's take a look though, again, and I'll go through. The first thing I like to do is just push this sort button. What this does is it sorts by item type and then item power from highest to lowest, right? So looking at this, I know that all helms below this to the right side are less than 793 item power. So that's really good for me to know, because I can be like, okay, well, I like having, you know, I have an 800 item power item, so already it's not going to be a higher item power, which means there'll be a little bit lower armor, but there also is, you know, whatever other potential. It could still be good if there's really great affixes. So we can take a look at this. It has intelligence, and it has maximum life, and you can look at the rolls as well. So you can see 28 to 42, this is 41 int, and 3031 to 718, this is 718 max life. So I rolled near perfect intelligence and perfect max life on this, which is really, really solid. Both of those are great stats. If you look over at my current helm, you'll see I have willpower, which I would rather have intelligence for more damage, and I do have max life there, but it's not a max roll. So this would be an improvement. However, it has cold resistance and shadow resistance, and currently in the game, resistances are worthless. They actually mean nothing whatsoever, basically. They are the lowest form of damage reduction. They're like a broken level of damage reduction. And with the way that certain mobs kind of one-shot you in some of the higher dungeons, it feels like this is actually a big oversight and something that is a bug in the game that Blizzard needs to go and fix. Because if they fix these resistances, then I would actually be able to not just die in a single shot to anything in Nightmare Dungeon like 70 and up, and then I could actually probably play in those and compete in those. So I hope that they do improve resistances, even if they're not completely worthless. Damage reduction from other sources does seem to just be worth a lot more. So generally we're not really looking at this, which means this helm isn't worth it for me. That being said, if we take a look right here still, if I didn't have this godly helm, this would actually be a decent helm candidate for me to try and roll on potentially, because I could say, hey, you know what? If I could roll cooldown reduction on this, this would be pretty solid. Yeah, I wouldn't get the total armor and stuff, but I have the option of getting at least 3 affixes that I would really like. And so this is what you really need to think about is if you ever find an item that has 3 affixes that you really want, it's godly, because you can always enchant the 4th one on. If you find an item that has 2 affixes that you really like, but they're like really good rolls, it can still be pretty good because, of course, you can enchant that 3rd one on. So always taking a look at that is good. Regardless, though, I will be selling this because I do have better. And I'm also, of course, looking and seeing what do I like the most, and I like cooldown reduction the most on my helm. So that is my #1 affix, and you can see I already have 14% right there. Additionally, you should always note when comparing items that you're going to have different ranges. This is because the helmet that I'm wearing is a 5-star, it's upgraded 5 times, where this is not upgraded. And so I have to just look at where the number lies within the range. For instance, 718 is max life, so I know if I upgrade this to 5 stars, this is going to become 1,211 life, which means there is more. More life on this helm right here than my current helm. Anyways, we'll sell that. This 760 item power, ranks of Hydra and Ice Blades, not really going to do it for me. If you are running a build that utilizes plus to skills of some sort, then getting those can be really nice. And I prefer selling because gold is more important to me than the salvage materials. I find that I have plenty of the salvage materials all the time, but I do not have as much gold as I always could need. Things like enchanting and stuff does get expensive. Again, looking through here, dexterity doesn't matter to me, so that's pretty worthless. Fire resist is pretty worthless. Hydra's pretty worthless. Kind of dead stats on a lower item power. Max mana is really nice. That's 15 max mana, and it goes up to 18, and you can see if I did upgrade this 5 times, that would be even more max mana, so I could probably have an additional like 30 to mana or something roughly if I upgrade this to 5 and it was a max roll, which would be really great on my character, especially because I want to stay above 100 mana. So that would be something I would say if on my main helm I had total armor, cooldown reduction, and then like max life and max mana, that would probably be an improvement, right? But for now, that doesn't have any worth. Continuing on, we can get here, and something to also look at, right? We can see this has perfect cooldown reduction, good max life, and good total armor. So this helm is actually pretty tricky for a multitude of reasons. Number one, this helm is really godly because the rolls that it has on it are actually amazing. The problem with it is it's only 700 item power, which means, and this is a really like dumb thing. I'm actually so happy that we have this helmet right here. If I upgrade this item 5 times, it will get 5 item power for each time. However, there are breakpoints in this game for item power. So when I reach 725 item power, aka when it hits 5 stars, it will re-roll all of the affix, the ranges right there. So now instead of having perfect cooldown reduction at 7.5%, that number will go up some overall. It'll be like, 4.5 to 8.5% or whatever that range is, because it'll move into the next tier of item power. But then it'll do a re-roll, so it could roll down to like 4.5% or 5% cooldown reduction, and I could actually get a worse roll on that. So that's really unfortunate because I can look at this and say, wow, with a perfect cooldown reduction roll, really good life and really good +% armor, this is actually a solid helm, but I'm going to get a full reroll on those, and then I could get a really bad gamble. That being said, I could also roll into perfect, where I get still perfect cooldown reduction, better life, and better % total armor, and that would be absolutely amazing. And then the crowd control duration, I could always enchant and try and roll something on top of it. And even though this would be 100 item power overall less, which means I would have less armor from this, if all of those rolls came out perfect, and I could also roll a fourth roll on top of it, right? Because I can enchant over crowd control duration if I wanted. This helm could end up being better than my current helm, although it provides much less armor. As for the affix on it, damaging an elite grants you a barrier. Well, I don't have to worry about that. I can always overwrite that. And that's something a lot of people don't know. They don't know that for elite items, you can overwrite, or for legendaries, you can overwrite the aspect at the occultist. So it's not stuck with whatever it has. I don't have many souls because I haven't done my Hell Tides really recently. But let me try right here and see.
What do you need?
Oh, I need one more soul. Oh, that's so annoying. So again, you can see that it's still in those ranges, but with 5 more item power, it will re-roll it. That sucks. This would be so good for the video if we had that final one, and the Helltide just ended, so pointless now. Regardless, well, oh, I guess I can go to the preview. So there you go. The preview actually... Will the preview actually show what it's going to roll to? If it... Wow. Okay, so now I know, without using the souls, this is actually new to me, that this is garbage then. Because the cooldown reduction, you can see, will actually go down. It nerfs it because it's now hitting 725 item power, which you can see puts it up to 6.5 to 14.6%. But I got a terrible roll on that. And so instead of having that perfect 14.6%, it now will go down, which I can then say, all right, this is going to be garbage. I don't want it. The life is also rolling mid. The total armor rolls okay. Yeah. So 725 is the highest breakpoint. So after that, it's not going to re-roll anymore, I believe, unless someone corrects me. But I know right here, again, cooldown reduction is the most important for me. And on my current helm, I have 14%. And so this will just be an overall fail, essentially, for that right there. Additionally, this is a sacred legendary helm and not an ancestral legendary helm, which is the final piece that I did want to bring up. So you can see that it does have, for instance, a lower max life roll, it appears. While the cooldown reduction and the total armor rolls are the same, it looks like the max life roll is actually lower. So there's still some things I'm learning out about items and such. But Sacred is going to be, you know, this could be great to give to whatever. However, due to, I'm not going to complain about the game, but it's required level 100 because I found it at level 100 and that's just whatever thing. So ultimately, this becomes a worthless item. Had it been 10.9% total armor and 14.6% cooldown reduction, even with the less max life, I still probably would have considered upgrading this and putting it on, because if I could have rolled the crowd control duration, though it looks like it did roll perfect on that, then I, potentially would have, either used it or re-rolled that into intelligence or max mana or something great. But as we learned right there, it is garbage, and so it does go in the sell bin right there. Moving on, all white and blue items are trash. They have not made them useful in the game, and so do not worry about those. They will just always be garbage. Rare items right here, you can see that armor, my current armor is only 790 plus 25, so there is room for more armor right there. Additionally, I have fire resist on my armor, so my armor has room to be improved for sure. However, right here we're getting pyromancy skill damage, conjuration skill damage. Whenever you see two like skill damages or something on skills that you don't use, then it's always just worthless. Always salvage upgrade items. I didn't really care. I've got enough materials and everything, it doesn't matter to me. This one right here has some frost skill damage, but remember that gets added in the big damage bucket, so it doesn't do as much. Same with cold damage. Both of those are pretty worthless to me there. I'm moving forward and I'm going through, and this is a pretty good example of something where I could say, okay, again, mana cost and resource generation are nice. I do want cooldown reduction on here. Willpower and lucky hit chance while you have a barrier is pretty like meh for me. It's okay. For weapons and for if you have like a focus for a source or something, the DPS is very important. So that is something that you do want to focus on, is making sure that you're having really high item power right here. So this would be a decent tank off, dropping 30 item power. But one thing we'll note is this does have an affix or an aspect that is decent. It's not perfect, but it's decent enough. It's one that I use, and so I'll go ahead and keep that. For unique items, a lot of them, unfortunately, I just don't care about because they just don't give things to what I use, and so we just will sell that. Here is a staff, and this is a decent staff right here. We can see it has vulnerable damage, so it's a low roll. It has critical strike damage, and it's a high roll, and so those two things are really great. However, it also has lightning critical strike damage at perfect and basic skill damage at 40%. If I was a lightning character, this would be really solid because I'm getting vulnerable, lightning crit, and crit strike, and basic. So if I was running like Arc Lash or something like that, then I could use that. However, I would probably keep this and re-roll on the basic skill damage right there, just to try and get a higher percent of it even, because 40% is pretty low. That being said, it's only 773 item power, which again is a decent tank off in damage overall. And so once I hit something like that, I know that every staff beyond is going to just be lower and lower, and even if it rolls all the affixes I want, if it's 50, 60 item power below on a weapon, it's just not going to be worth it for me. Now we can move to the wands, and again we go up. This is 813 item power, so slightly better. But it has ultimate skill damage, which I don't care about, damage over time, which I don't care about, overpower, which I don't care about, and this one is just unfortunately not going to be there. Same thing right here. This is not really giving enough of what we're looking for. Damage to frozen, stunned, crowd-controlled enemies are all nice mods, but if we again think about damage buckets, all of those three will go in the same bucket where I already have tons of damage. Whereas I would rather have intelligence. I would rather have crit strike damage, which you can see on my current wand. I would rather have damage that spreads across those buckets, brings those other buckets up, because my damage 2 bucket is always going to be filled the highest, which means damage 2 is going to be worth the least for me. Additionally, unstable currents isn't really anything I care about, so we will drop that. And now the item power is starting to get lower, so I will be selling all rare wands at this point. And basically, what I look for on legendaries is aspect. Is there an aspect that's worth extracting? Is it something that I think is good enough? Or is it one that's perfect? In which case, I like to extract perfect affixes, just in case I want to like change my build-up later on. I have a perfect affix. Moving to gloves, we can see again that my current gloves don't have the highest item power, but what do my current gloves have? Perfect crit chance, near perfect attack speed, perfect ranks of ice shards, and really solid lucky hit chance. Those 4 things are all godly, which means this is an amazing set of gloves. Those are like my top 4 things that I want on gloves right there. I hit my perfect gloves, and great rolls on it as well. So this is great for me, and even if there's better armor, it doesn't really matter. Now the ones that we have over here, again, Fireball, Frozen Orb, Incinerate. If there's all of these plus skills and they're not ones we use, they just really aren't going to do much for us. This is a lot of stats. This is Charge Bolt, Strength, again, stuff I don't care about. If you have gloves or something that's already really solid, and you find new gloves that have 2 affixes at least you don't want, then they're pretty much done, right? They just don't matter at all. So here, Meteor, Firewall, Potion Drop Rate, it's garbage. I like that aspect, but that is the worst roll of that aspect, so I don't care for that. Looking at boots, again, look at my boots. 4 to Teleport, I use it. 4 to Frost Nova, I use it. 21% movement speed, fantastic. 3 to Flame Shield, I use it. All of that is usable by me, and is stuff that I care about. So, it's hard, again, to upgrade boots, because I need, at the very least, them to have, like, plus, max Frost Nova already on them. And so it's hard to really find much better. So a lot of the affixes are just not great, right? Movement speed after killing an elite or stuff versus injured, things like that. A lot of it's too situational, and so I'm really looking for like flat movement speed, plus to the main skills that I like, all of this. Stuff like mana cost reduction is nice, but even things like all stats, it's like I would much rather have my int be much higher there. And lastly, when we get to rings and amulets, the biggest thing I can say is Sacred, remember, are going to have some lower affix rolls. So be careful around there using Sacreds. For instance, if I go to my stash, I have a great example. Let me just go here really fast. This is a great example. Look at this ring. Max life, crit strike chance, vulnerable damage, and crit strike damage. On top of that, crit strike chance, vulnerable damage are perfect rolls. Crit strike damage is medium, and max life is medium. This is a fantastic ring right here. But you know what its problem is? It's sacred. And what does that mean? It's just not going to be able to roll as high as the other one, right? Look at that. Crit strike damage on the sacred rolls 15 to 22.5%, but on an ancestral ring it rolls 21 to 31.5%, right? Same with vulnerable damage. It only rolls up to 24.8%, so even though I maxed it there, my ancestral ring is just better. Now, that being said, item power on your ring and amulet doesn't matter at all. It is, I'm pretty sure it's entirely worthless, but it's at least, for the most part, completely worthless. Maybe it has a tiny bit of worth. And what does this do for us? What does this mean for us? It means the item power needs to be 725 plus. So the Sacred Ring can roll the max stats, but it has to be 725 plus, which again, you're not going to get for the most part. So, basically, just be going after Ancestrals for all of this. And for pretty much all of your gear, that's going to be an important part. Make sure you go after the Ancestrals, because if you are going after Sacred or after low item power items, it's not going to roll as high, right? So this is where the item power does come into play. But again, once you get to that 725 plus, I believe you're in the clear. I think everything after that is going to be good. Like I say, for the most part, that's all Ancestral, so you're really just looking for Ancestral pieces right here. And so now I can look at something like this, and I can say, okay, this is a decent ring. Great crit strike chance and crit strike damage rolls. But I don't have vulnerable damage. I do have damage to crowd-controlled enemies, which is nice. So, on this ring, for instance, if I re-roll the max life, and then I upgrade it, then this can be really great, right? I can reroll max life into vulnerable damage. I could get really good vulnerable damage on it, and then this would be a fantastic ring. And then I just have like damage to crowd control instead of damage to frozen, which is going to be a little bit better anyways for this build. Now, I might have slightly less to the resistances at the top or something, but again, nobody really cares about the resistances at the top. So this ring right here is a ring that I just need to upgrade and enchant over and over again. But before I do that, I guess we'll make that the other video. So that'll be another video. I was just going to say the enchanting order and all of that. Basically, you want to do your enchanting first before you implement an upgrade. Actually, just before you upgrade. I don't think upgrading matters. So, yeah. Hopefully that gave you a good sense. I just wanted to go through my inventory and give you a sense of how I look at all of the gear, how I look at the affixes that I've rolled, what could be better, what could be worse, what it all means, if something hits that item power that we like or not, everything. Hopefully this was helpful and gave you a better sense of it. Again, with every character, you're going to have a slightly different idea of what you're aiming for, but the main pieces that you're still going to be aiming for are, on any of your weapons or rings, things like that, crit strike chance and damage, unless you're running no crit strike, but again, with it being its own bucket, it's usually a good idea. Vulnerable damage, which is just too important. Every class needs to roll that. Cooldown reduction, pretty good on most everything, because again, trying to get your cooldown reduction stuff. Some sort of resource is usually not bad, whether it's resource reduction for the cost, or a max mana, or whatever. That's not always guaranteed on every build, but usually it's pretty solid. And then when you get to certain armors, having like your attack speed is always helpful, having your lucky hit chance. If you are running a lucky hit chance build, be very knowledgeable of if lucky hit chance matters or not. On a sorceress, it's very good. And then stuff like damage reduction versus close, damage reduction from burning, whatever it is. With my enchantment, every skill, direct damage from skills, applies burning damage. So pretty much everything is always burning as soon as I hit it once, which means that damage reduction from burning and such is now much more important. And then, of course, your basics like total armor percent, cooldown reduction, max life, whatever your base stat is, that stuff can be really important. So, again, it will vary on characters. Overpower, fortify, that stuff can be important on, you know, your druid or whatever. But you need to, again, just think about these things a little bit. And probably find a guide that maybe gives you a little sense of this is at least what you want to be aiming for. And they won't always be perfect. Sometimes you'll find that, oh, wait, for my character, I actually like it a little bit more if it does this or that. But that's all whatever. I will stop my rambling here and let y'all go. Mwah. If you have any questions, feel free to leave them in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe, YouTube. Peace, everybody.
Yo, what up?
Yo, what's good, bro?
Just chilling, man. Big day, huh?
Crazy day, huh?
Crazy, crazy fucking day. I heard about this a little bit ago, and I wasn't really, like, it's like it was such a big deal, I was like, I'll believe it when I see it. You know, and I heard people saying, today's the day. It's like, is it really, though? Like, let's see it. And it fucking happened.
Crazy, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got to get you on next, huh? One of these days,
right?
maybe?
Well, we'll see what happens, right? Have a conversation with Eddie. We go from there, you know? Go see what happens. But,
yeah.
Well, you got other people. Like, apparently there's going to be other signings.
Yes. Many more. Many more. A lot of massive, massive ones, you know. I can't say much, obviously, but, you know, I can say, you know, there's some big FPS streamers, some big variety streamers, you know, definitely some personalities that are locked in and, you know, ready to come. So definitely crazy, but I wanted to get on the call just to kind of be here to hear your rants and, you know, I think we're on the mixer topic, right?
Yeah.
I can chime in on that when you continue yours and finish.
Oh, I'm going on it, right? It's like I think that the reason why Mixer wasn't successful is because Mixer only brought over a few people, but they didn't actually create an ecosystem for streamers to go there naturally. Like, that's really kind of what happened, right? Because, like, I looked at it as, like, a forest, where, like, you need a massive tree to make a canopy, but you also need the grass, the bushes, the shrubs, and that's where those small streamers come in. And a lot of those people go over to Kick without a sponsorship or anything.
That's right.
Yeah.
So, I think one of the primary differences, not to, I gotta find a way to say this as humbly as I can, but one of the biggest differences is I kind of, you know, I have the keys to the castle, so to speak, right? I understand how Twitch works on like a foundational level. The problem with Mixer was, Mixer, they took what looked good on paper, right?
Yeah.
So I'll give you an example of that. Like, obviously Shroud is a fantastic streamer and has done things in this industry that, you know, won't be repeated by others. They won't be replicated by others, right?
We're all watching the PUBG stream.
Right, exactly. But the thing is, see, the problem with Mixer is when they see 230K viewer streamers, they just look at the numbers. So to them, those are the same exact streamers, the same exact value, etc., etc. The issue is there is a difference between a streamer who just sits there and kind of is very quiet, just plays the game, and is very popular, rather than a streamer who is in the industry on a foundational level. They have small little, if you want to use the example of a tree, they have roots that go to every section. They have roots that go to the underground, to the, above ground. They're everywhere. Yeah. And this is the key, right? The key is exactly what you were saying, the small, the mid-sized creator. It's the large creator. It's the communities that you need to find, not the...
Well, look at Autoblock, right? He's on Kick.
Yes.
That's a perfect example.
Exactly. And the small, mid-sized creators are very, very important. That's why I took a large portion of the marketing and the budget for larger creators. I took a percentage of that and put it for the creator program, which will be released soon, right? Which is the hourly payment based on view count, hour stream, chatters, etc., right? Mm-hmm. Because they need to be, right? That is a very important part of streaming platforms. I think Mixer didn't understand. They just wanted to bring a lot of big guys that, kind of sit there and they don't say much. They keep to themselves and they just play their game. That's not going to do anything, right? That's just going to create a little stimulus shot that will,
It's a headline.
It'll create hype for, a week. But it's not going to actually solve the problems new platforms have when they're, up and coming or when they're, first developing.
Yeah, I think so too. And also, like, Mixer never really, as far as I know, they didn't really do any consulting with content creators at all. Whereas, like, with Kick, obviously you've been really involved, other people have been really involved, and they've given feedback, and, obviously Kick has made decisions based off of that. So I think that Mixer, you have a bunch of Microsoft executives coming in, trying to make a bunch of decisions on, like, what are the kids going to like on the video game streaming website. What the fuck do they know?
Yes, exactly. And I think, unfortunately, I think Twitch makes the same mistake. I'm not asking for Twitch to, put one of the, foundational creators, on the front page of a magazine, stating that they're working with them, but I think they need to bring in people and streamers of all content styles. Sure, some won't be brand friendly, and they don't need to work with them publicly, but there needs to be that connection for all creators in Twitch. And right now all Twitch has is that very superficial, connection on a business level, and that's the issue. That's the disconnect. They're alienating 90% of their platform because they're catering to one type of streamer that looks good on paper, and that's the exact mistake Mixer made, and Twitch can get away with that mistake. But that is why I believe a lot of streamers are feeling alienated, minus the obvious, paycheck cut.
How long did it take for them to tweet about Kai? I mean, it's so weird, man. That was so weird. And it was the same thing like before. Like, obviously, Aiden's had a lot of controversy recently, right? But, like, whenever he first started, he wasn't talking about any of that stuff. And Twitch never supported him at all.
Yeah, that's right. It's because, listen, I've said this, I'm gonna try my best to explain
Yeah.
this. It's tough to explain it, but there are people in this world who have book smarts, and there are people in this world who have street smarts, and there's people who have both. What I like to describe Twitch, or whoever's running Twitch, it seems like they have an immense amount of book smarts, but very little street smarts. Okay, they're so scared of, like, for the Kai situation, even the Aiden situation. I think they're scared of these streamers slipping up and making the platform congratulating them, you know, into a nightmare for them as far as PR goes. But in reality,
that's what happens whenever you're beholden to all of these advertisers that you're hanging on to with the thread.
yes, but I think that mentality is wrong.
Yeah.
I don't know what company's going to do it first. I don't know what billion-dollar company's going to do it first. Will it be us when things, you know, get bigger, or will it be other people or other companies? But
yeah.
one of these days, people need to realize they need to stop being so afraid of this made-up bullshit. You understand? No one is, you know, if they congratulated Kai, and let's say 2 weeks later Kai does some wild shit.
Nobody's
no
gonna
one's
think Twitch is like approving of some crazy shit.
Yeah, no one. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're separate instances. You understand? One instance had a different context. The other had a different context as well. And if they act appropriately to the second context, right, then all will be fine. This idea where
it's a deliberately disingenuous comparison
Yes.
in order to push
Yes.
an agenda, because it's so intellectually dishonest that, like,
It
you know,
is.
Twitch
It is.
supporting a streamer means that they support every single thing that that streamer has said. Like, I mean, I'm sure you've said things about streamers that, like, you don't agree with every single thing that a person says, but you can support that person as a person.
That's right, and
Yeah,
that's a good example of Aiden Ross and myself. I think he says a lot of vile shit, but I know who he is, and I support him as a person, and I believe that his intention is to be better, just from the things that we've talked about privately. But yeah, publicly, the shit he's done and said, a lot of it is some wild, vile shit. But I think
it's sad. You know, I really do, right? Because, like, you're probably the same as me. Like, we used to kind of be a lot like Aiden Ross about 10 years ago. Like, before any of all this stuff happened.
Of course.
Like, a bunch of guys sitting in the room together, fucking around on the computer, having fun, doing that kind of stuff. And so, like, I remember whenever he came on the stream and, like, on Twitch, like, I remember he was on Scuff Podcast. Like, he was great. And, like, him with Mike Malachuk. I remember, I think I was on that episode.
Yeah. I remember that. You're right. Holy shit, that was so long ago.
3 years ago. 2 or 3 years ago.
Wow.
It's nuts.
Fuck me, bro. But yeah, I really, like, bro, I believe in Aiden. I know no one does right now, and you don't have to either, but I truly believe in Aiden. I think he's done some wild shit. You know, Devin Nash tells me every day, bro, he's going to be
Devin
the fall,
is
blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But bro, he's young, man. Yeah, he's young. Like, in my opinion, and maybe I'm naive, maybe I'm being optimistic, I don't know. In my opinion, right, I can either help guide him, believe in him, right? And in my opinion, I don't want to use the word convert, but I could convert him into, you know, being a little bit more mature and understanding,
like,
you know, how
correct.
things work. Yeah, or I can fully alienate him, dump him. He's not going to lose his platform, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
he'll just go to Rumble.
Yeah, he'll go somewhere else. And guess what? Now he's going to spiral and go further down the rabbit hole. And now it's done. It's gone. You understand?
That's
if anything,
how
I've
people
furthered.
Get radicalized.
Yeah, exactly. I furthered the dividing and splitting of the sides, and I perpetuated the very thing that has made all of us not come together, right? So it's like, in my opinion, this whole thing of just giving up on someone and tossing them aside into a category is wrong. Like, if I truly wanted to be a teacher, if someone else wanted to be a teacher to me, there needs to be patience. There needs to be, you know, a teaching and understanding. That's kind of my philosophy of things. It's not perfect. I don't know everything, but that's kind of how I see it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, like, I completely agree with you. Like, I've seen some of the stuff Aiden has said, and, like, that's I've tried not to, like, really make a lot of comments on it, because I just feel like it's so sad. It's so sad to see somebody who is so happy all the time making comments like this, to see them in such a bad place. It's awful. And, like, I don't know Aiden as well as you do, right? But it sucks, especially for, like, his audience, because obviously some of those people agree with it. You don't really want to have that stuff pushed around, right? I mean, like, neither one of us really agree with it. But at the end of the day, like, you can't just tell somebody that they can't talk, because even if you guys get rid of him, he'll just go over to Rumble. I mean, fuck. Like, Rumble got, like, the Andrew Tate thing got 440,000 views on Rumble. So it's not like there's not a platform for somebody like Aiden Ross.
Aiden is a good kid. Trust me. I know I'll get a lot of hate. I don't give a fuck. I know he's a good kid deep down, and I know there is hope, and he has peaks he hasn't seen yet. I know it. Just trust me on this. Listen, people have doubted me for a lot of things, Asmund. Okay. I don't want to get to the schizo shit. Okay. I will get to the schizo rant if I have to.
We've had a bit of those conversations in DMs. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we have. Yeah, you already know. I'll spare the schizo rant, but I have a good feeling that with time he'll even out, and people will see the best sides of him. Well, but anyways, back to this kick stuff, bro. As far as what a day today, huh, Asmund?
I am astonished, honestly. Like, and I'm sure like you must feel kind of vindicated because before Bruce got signed, right? Like everybody was probably adding you, like, where are all those big signings that you promised?
¿Necesitas algo?
And now, they're finally coming. And I'm kind of
Puedes
curious
llevarte
to
lo que
see,
quedó.
because like what I think is going to be the turning point is whenever larger creators move over to another platform, whether it's Kick, YouTube, Rumble, etc. Seems like for a lot of people it's Kick. They move over to that platform without the contract, and I think that whenever that happens, then it's just all bets are off.
I agree. I think there's already plenty of incentive, even without the creator program launching. I mean, the 95.5 alone it's insane. Like, it is a wild difference. It's not even believable at first when you see that difference. That alone is enough. Not to mention the the non-exclusivity thing that that is another thing. Although I guess Twitch brought their exclusivity clauses, which I guess ruined that, but. I think these are already massive incentives to come over. On top of that, you have the creator program, which is going to be crazy, and then the ad program with time. Yeah. Have you heard about the ad program yet or no?
A little bit. I've talked to people about it, kind of, but like apparently my understanding is that that's still a work in progress. Is it still going to be at the end of the year or what?
Yeah, that's unsure. I'd say a year, maybe a year minimum. I'm not sure, though, with the way things are moving, who knows, maybe, but it's not going to be designed in any way that's like Twitch's. It's not going to ruin shit. People will have a choice. There's going to be, kick ads or streamer ads. Streamers can turn them off. Things like this. It's going to be, since I'm involved, I'm going to make sure that kind of shit doesn't ruin streams. Like, I hate that shit, bro, especially when I'm not logged in, because I have Twitch Turbo, right? When I'm not logged in and I'm on, like, a laptop, bro, that shit is wild. I already turn on a stream. It's like a 9 fucking minute ad. It's like, the fuck? I don't want to watch anymore. Like, I don't even watch TV fucking ads. I switch to another fucking channel.
It's ridiculous. I remember I was watching Tectone do polls for like a character in like this game, and like it was a 3-minute ad block, right? That just gets forced by Twitch if you have like certain ad incentives. And whenever I came out of the ads, he had already gotten the character. So I completely missed the moment. It actually happened.
Yeah. I can relate to that. For people who are doing like hardcore runs or just anything, speed runs, you miss the entire exciting part. It's terrible timing. It's integrated incorrectly in my opinion. It's very backwards for how advanced and how dominant Twitch is in the space. It's a poor design.
Well, what do you think is going to happen now with like other content creators? Do you think they're going to? I mean, I'm sure you. How many people do you think will probably hit you up today?
Are we talking like everybody, or are we talking just the people who were shitting on me just a month ago?
Just the people that were shitting on you.
I'd say at least 100. At least 100 people who were like blatantly like not just shitting on me, but like we're talking like fully in the. How do I even describe it? Like, I don't want to say delusional, but fully in the like like the conspiracy motherfuckers. You know what I mean? That were like typing that wild shit as if. You know what I'm talking about?
As if
like,
they knew.
Yeah, as if it's like the worst, and so I'd say at least 100 of them.
Jesus.
Both female and male streamers. And then, there's people who are obviously hitting me up that have hit me up for a while, and other people who have been neutral or they've been waiting for more credibility or backing. Those people I'm cool with, right? I don't mind. And even the ones that have changed, like, I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
But, I definitely would want at least a little, my bad, I should have done more research.
And it's like,
it would have been nice to at least, get a hey, my bad. But, I don't think I'll ever get that, so I don't hold it over anyone's head unless they really piss me off.
A lot of people just don't see where things are going to go. You know, and people are also in their own world, right? They're not thinking about that. They're worried about, you know, they're professional players for a video game. What the fuck do they know about streaming platforms? Sure, yeah, I understand that for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I'm actually really curious to see if other people are going to start moving over. What's going to happen now? Because I think that this is going to have a very large effect. I think that it already started to happen with Bruce.
Yeah, Bruce was a massive signing as
Yeah.
well. It was definitely crazy, and I agree with that completely. Yeah.
I mean,
I think it's going to be. I think, hey, I mean, from what I know, there's a lot coming, and I'm sure there's things you know too. So.
Yeah, somebody in chat says the Joe Rogan thing made Spotify podcasting a thing. The XQC signing is going to work that way as well. It could. I mean, I remember, like, what was that? A $250 million deal? It was massive. But, I mean, Spotify let multiple artists walk whenever they were going to protest the, you know, something that Joe Rogan said about COVID. And Spotify just said, fuck off, who cares? It was also 100? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. I just hope these numbers, you know.
Yeah?
How do I... You know, I think, yeah, you know, the numbers we're talking about are massive, you know, regardless. They're huge numbers, but obviously, you know, everyone should be, you know, until you see something from, you know, Kicksend or you see something on a piece of paper, I would be...
Don't believe everything you hear on Twitter that is made by
Yes.
an anonymous source that mostly reposts clips from live streams.
Yes, like, exactly. I think, I'm just hoping that certain numbers from certain people don't unmotivate others, thinking that, you know, if they don't get some... That's the one issue I see, but hopefully that kind of dissipates and goes away over time. But I think, yeah, that's exactly right, Adam. Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, let's be real. It is what it is. So, people want to know why is it like? How do you have any idea like what about the website? Like, why is it down? Like, how long is it going to be down for?
Yeah. So today we got
Yeah.
50 times the traffic we normally do, as I'm sure some of you saw. We had, which I think this number is a little higher since the site was down, and you know we had to limit certain things to ensure that, you know, at least the stream can go decent.
Yeah.
But just from the announcement of XQC, we had 600,000 new signups, and I'm pretty sure that number is probably a bit higher, maybe 750, but 600,000 for sure. The system might be lagging a little bit from what I'm looking at, but 600,000 signings is kind of the baseline of what happened today. So that's kind of what shot the, that's what broke everything. So we're working on that. It was crazy. Obviously, 7TV, you know, hearing the devs and hearing Eddie tell me the emotes that were bugging out, it was tomfoolery and schizo. Those two emotes, there's something that happened with the coding where it broke the site.
Emotes?
There are 7TV emotes, so like general emotes.
Okay.
Yes, tomfoolery and schizo, they broke the site, just those two alone. They were causing chat issues, so we had to disable those temporarily until we fixed that. Yeah, so there's definitely, you know, we're slowly working on perfecting everything and getting everything straight. Obviously, you know, it's only been, what, 5-6 months we've been around, so hopefully things fix up.
What do you guys ever worry about, like, Amazon just, like, shutting off your AWS because you're competing with Twitch?
You know, I saw that written in this chat. I heard it was brought up earlier. People talk about that. I saw Pokemon's clip.
Yeah.
You know, here's what I can say. I can't say too much, but what I can say is this, okay? And I think she should understand this too, and anyone really should. When we're talking about numbers and money, you know, money amounts this large, this isn't some, some shitty mobile app game deal with a new Twitch streamer from 2016 where it's dodgy text between the agent and the game, right? When it's this level of money, there are legal contracts in place for extended periods of time.
Yeah, I mean,
right,
these are like 9-figure contracts for sure.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So there isn't this thing where they could just shut it, right? There are legal obligations and implications to the things that are being, you know,
the
spewed.
implication, and the thing is, people compare Kick to Parler, and the difference with Parler, I think, is that number one, Parler was like used. This is like 5 years ago. The entire political, social climate was totally different than it is now, and also Parler wasn't an active competitor to AW to an Amazon-owned subsidiary. I think the precedent that Amazon would set by literally shutting down service to a competitor to one of their subsidiaries would hurt them in the market massively, because it would make every single person who's buying AWS right now second guess, should I buy that right now if maybe I get popular enough and Amazon sees me as a threat and they just shut down my service.
Agree, and I'm sure there's loopholes with the team that Amazon has in place as far as lawyers go. I'm sure they can find some loophole, but you know, on the surface,
a complicated loophole that will be expensive.
Yeah, it looks that kind of also sounds a little, you know. I mean, I don't know enough to speak on that, but that sounds, you know, kind of illegal, doesn't it?
Probably. I mean, like, I'm sure
it sounds like a monopoly, does it not? Where if there's a competitor, you shut the services off. I mean, I'm sure there's a loophole, right?
Like,
I don't know.
It was some fucking bullshit. Like, the thing that they pulled with that app store, that Apple App Store, I was pissed about that. I've been complaining about that for like 2 years.
Yeah, I saw your tweet. You read about that.
They have a dual monopoly on the entire smartphone industry. Like, how is that? Like, you know, Europe, it's not like that over there. I'm pretty sure. I think that they've broken that up, or it's regulated or something like that. So I find it to be very, it's anti-competitive, and it just gives them too much control.
Yeah, I think AWS has been understanding and very, you know, they've been very professional. Not to mention, I'm pretty sure that's one of one of Amazon's top profiters. Is it not?
Oh, Kick?
No. I'm talking AWS. Like,
absolutely. Like, well, that's
it's
where
one of their
make
main.
money.
Yeah, and Twitch, you know, they're in the red, so I don't know if they're gonna make that trade-off.
Well, so here's the thing, right? Like, because like, let's say you're making 10% a year on Twitch, and you're making 15% a year on AWS. Is it a better idea to just let somebody else buy AWS and then let Twitch do whatever it wants? Because, like, at that point, you're actually making more money by providing.
Let somebody else buy Twitch, right? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
What
you said
world?
AWS. Yeah, I get it.
What world would it be if Kick bought Twitch from Amazon?
That would be believe me, brother, I would be. I mean, obviously, you know, my goal is to beat Twitch, especially, you know, after what they did. You know, to me, but hypothetically speaking, in the world you're presenting, that would be, brother. I don't even know what I might.
You probably never thought of that shit before until I said that, right?
I might just tweet the Batman outro, bro. The Batman Begins or the Dark Knight outro, low key. Like, I might have to just tweet that, and that's it.
The fucking car starting up and shit.
Yeah, you know, where he's running away and he has to be the bad guy. Like, I might just tweet some shit like that. Like, that is wild.
Oh my god, yeah. I mean, like, who knows, man? Like, I'm just saying, I don't think Kick is in any way at risk of losing AWS. And I think even if they did lose AWS, it would massively hurt AWS in the market. And on top of that, it's not like AWS is the only web service provider in the world.
Yeah, especially if, like, the only reality where I could see, and even this reality, I wouldn't see it, you know, ever coming to, what's the word, fruition, for whatever the fuck the word is, right? I wouldn't see it coming, you know, happening. You know, Twitch would have to fix their shit, right? They would have to really, because that would be, it wouldn't only be bad for Amazon, it'd be bad for Twitch as well, right? You can't not take care of your creators. You can't, you know, cut their checks and fuck them over with terrible ads and ad rates, and then also, you know, attempt to shut down the one site that's trying to give creators more power, right? That would just look you would have to at least give the creators, you know, what the other site you're trying to shut down, you know, give them what they're offering, and then maybe they could get away with it. But even then, I don't think AWS would ever do that.
I think that, like, the idea, because, like, think about how many subsidiaries Amazon has, and how many of those companies are other companies that are competing against Amazon subsidiaries that are actually buying AWS. So the idea that you would set a precedent that you could just randomly deny service or cease providing service to a competitor, that is that's I mean, like, why would anybody want to do business with you at that point?
Agreed.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way that would happen. But yeah, I mean, in terms of like the streamers, etc. I guess like a lot of people, because like obviously I'll probably watch a video and then I've got to look at some other stuff. But like one thing I did want to ask you is like a lot of people ask about the TOS on Kick, right? And like the rules on the website, everything about that. Like, what would you tell those people? Because I'm sure this will probably be a YouTube video or something.
Yeah, I would tell those people that, you know, let's start with Twitch here, okay? I think a lot of new people or new streamers want to close their eyes and pretend like Twitch is where it is, and has always been where it is and how it is. It's not the case. Twitch took 10 years of trial and error to perfect.
Bro, we used to say some shit on that website a long time ago, and nobody had a problem with it.
Yeah, they took a long time to tweak their TOS, their rules, what's allowed, what's not, and even now, there's still, there's still wild shit that goes on, right? So I think the people who are kind of criticizing Kick in its early stages need to remember that, we've been here for 6 months, maybe a little longer, and things, need to fall in place. Things will get better. Hate speech, this kind of stuff, there's no place for it, right? If I had more power, believe me, believe me, there would be. But at the same time, I'm kind of happy I don't, because there has to be a level of freedom of speech. And I know hate speech is included in that freedom of speech, but I don't agree with that. I think there's a difference between hate speech and freedom of speech. I don't think hate speech should be allowed.
I feel like the line that everybody can agree with, because like obviously everybody has a different definition of like what is hate speech, right? Like speech that incites violence. Nobody wants that.
Exactly. Exactly. So some of the things that we're seeing on Kick, some of the vile shit, like we see it, we're gonna make changes to it. We're not going to be this trashy end of the web where we just have complete trash, spewing trash, I know we've seen some of that already. We've seen people platform other people that are just disgusting human beings when it comes to their ideals and what they preach, whether it's for shock factor content or not. I don't think that has any room on any platform anywhere on the internet. So, like, rest assured, we are working on that, and I am pushing on that personally to make sure that we have a line. I think there should be a class and a safety, for every creator, and at the very least, mod tools provided to, eradicate any of that bullshit in, everyone's respective chats. As far as punishments go for streamers who break these rules, the mod tools is for the viewers, obviously, because I see a lot of viewers say a lot of vile fucking shit. So obviously the mod tools are being put in place and are being worked on as we speak to fix that issue. As far as streamers themselves, like, rest assured that we're working toward, removing any of those shock factor disgusting contents that, people have seen thus far. The issue is, I think people muddy the waters when it comes to what's allowed to be said and what's not, right? So what I'm referring to is what you just said, inciting violence,
like the
hate
crazy
speech toward,
like, that shit's illegal too. So
yeah, exactly, or hate speech toward, like any sort of derogatory, bullshit. Any of that hate speech, like, I don't think should be allowed, right? But I think people muddy the waters, and a lot of viewers and creators, they muddy the waters and they start virtue signaling on who should have what opinion on what politically. That won't go. Like, there needs to be a platform for both sides. Do you understand? Now is right.
Well, speaking of that, like, what do you think about Rumble?
Find the line.
Yeah, what do you think about Rumble, right? I mean, Rumble's come into the space. They've signed a few creators. I mean, like, notably, I think Kai and Speed even talked about the whole Kick situation today. So, like, where do you feel like Rumble is gonna end up here?
Well, I personally, I'm sure the Rumble team is, you know, I'm sure they have, you know, good intentions beyond what they do, and I'm sure they have a plan of their own, respectively. But I feel as if there's any comparison to be made with Mixer, it feels like that's the direction Rumble is going.
Well, they got
because
a lot of
I
VC
don't.
money, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
I think they
yeah.
raised $3.5 billion. I think that's the number they raised, if I'm not mistaken.
Holy fuck.
No, I'm pretty sure it's $3.5 billion they raised.
Jesus.
Because they're a public company, so all these numbers are public record, I believe. But yeah, I think it's $3.5 billion they raised. So I think they have the money. The problem is I don't see a plan. I just see the same Mixer mistake of, like you said, right? You get a couple oak trees, you put them down, but there is no grass, there is no, you know, shrubbery and flowers, and you know, there's no ecosystem there. It's just two oak trees that are sitting there, right? And I think you need a plan. I think the UI needs to get cleaned up, and I think they need to figure out what they're going to be, right? Because when I go over there, and you know, like I said, I don't want to bash them in any way. You know, I wish them the best, but just some healthy feedback from me. When I go over there, I'm not sure what they are. Are they a YouTube? Are they a Twitch? You know, are they a site to, you know, are they a Pinterest? I'm not sure what is going on, so I think they need to clear that up. That's a little bit of free advice I'll give them. And I think when that happens, that's when we can get into the talks of what I think about them.
Yeah, it's going to kind of depend. I know, obviously, like, Rumble has much more of a political slant, so I think that, you know...
Oh, you're referring to that. Yeah, that's an issue in my opinion. I don't know if that's for the shock factor of everything or if they truly believe it.
It seems like
I can't
they
tell
truly believe it. Like,
if that's the case, allow me to make a prediction.
Okay.
I could be wrong and off about this, so don't.
All right.
Don't take this too seriously. I wouldn't be surprised if you truly believe that they're about that, you know, just like kind of right wing or extreme, or, you know, whatever it is. You know,
money talks argument. I feel it coming on.
It feels as if that. No, it might be a, you know, that might be, like I said, it's just a prediction, it's a speculation. I don't know. But if what you're saying is true, if you believe that's, you know, their political ideology that is what they truly believe, and it's not shock factor or marketing or any of that stuff, that might just be a site that's going to heavily push Donald Trump. Like, do you feel me that? Almost like a commercial for Donald. No bullshit. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Donald Trump banners and Donald Trump side ads. It might be a plan for that. I don't know.
Just straight up take a side.
Yeah, like, it might be something like that. That would be my prediction. If you believe from what you're seeing that that's what they believe, then I could see that very well happening. But I don't know.
I feel like there's so many things that are up in the air right now. And, like, what really started all of it was whenever Elon Musk bought Twitter. And I think that just kind of was like the match that kind of set a lot of this stuff off. Because now there's people that have, like, massive, large platforms that are saying things and having opinions that are, you know, were previously, like, not allowed. And so I think at this point, with this election coming up, it's going to be absolutely fucking nuts. So that's why I'm really curious to see what's going to happen with Rumble and Kick, because Twitch, I'm worried that, like, if I watch the debates on Twitch, I could get suspended because I know what Donald says. You know, I've heard what he said.
Oh, yeah.
And so...
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I could get in trouble just for having that shit on my stream. So, I don't know.
No, I agree. And I don't want to, like, I'll be honest with you, bro. Like, when they first approached me, because, you know, I was going to make my own platform. That was my plan, and I had other people reaching out to me to kind of combine with them. And that's when, you know, Eddie hit me up and said, yo, bro, we got to team up. And my goal is this, right? Right now, we're living in some weird society where everything is dumped. Like, everything that's big enough is dumped into one of two sides, right? One of two extreme sides, right? There isn't just an in-between where the creator themselves decide what side they're on. It seems like the platforms themselves are choosing what side to represent, and I hate that. I absolutely hate that. Like, you know, obviously Twitch is on their side, despite, you know, their, you know, financial motives, but, you know, as far as what they say they are, what they appear to be, it's obvious what side they're on. Then you see Rumble. I want a place that's more, you know, in the middle, you know. I know it sounds wild, but something that's in the middle where the creator themselves can decide where they're at. And obviously...
So Kick is the platform for enlightened centrists.
Well, Kick is the platform where you decide where you want to be, and obviously you don't cross the lines where it gets hateful and you're spewing bullshit. But yeah, you decide where you want to be, and you're not going to get blacklisted or crucified or canceled because you have an opposing, political opinion, to the side that the internet currently is kind of leaning toward. Exactly. Thank you.
There it is. Well,
that makes sense.
Yeah. No,
Bendiciones.
I get it,
¿Tienes
man.
algo más?
And, what would you like? I mean, I guess so. Obviously, it's been a massive day for Kick. I think this is going to be probably. I can't think of anything that could happen. I guess, Mr. Beast was tweeting at Kick before.
Fue un buen
maybe
desguace.
something like that would happen, which would be absolutely nuts. But other than that, I feel like there's going to be a number of other signings if they've already picked up Bruce and XQC.
Yeah, hopefully, we would love one day, hopefully, in our wildest dreams, we'd love to have Asmongold himself on there. So, who knows? Maybe one of these days, or maybe in another world. Who knows? I don't know. So hopefully that day comes to be in this world. If not, hey.
We'll see what happens. Eddie's he's a nice guy. I've got friends over there at Kick, and the future can be anything.
Yes, it can, brother. Yes, it can.
Anyway, dude, thanks a lot for coming on and talking about it, man. I'm gonna probably
I'll love
watch Bloodwig's video and probably move on, talk about some other shit, play some Diablo 4.
All right, bro. I'll be lurking. Love you, man.
Right, bro. See ya. Peace.
Peace.
Man.
And I know you've been...
Little boys, you guys hear me? Are you reacting later? Nope, just gaming. Oh, is this what I think it is? Yeah? Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, this is the cinematic. Holy shit. You guys thought about playing D2? Yeah. I eventually will. View is free except Chris Wilson emails you an IQ test before you can download the game. Oh wow, that's really cool that it zooms you out like this. Oh, that's awesome. And that's that's where they fought the guys and
Elias must have gotten through this door somehow.
Do you think the overall direction of D4 is good? Yeah, I think so. Oh shit, thanks man. Appreciate it, man. Thank you very much for the host. I'm just playing Diablo 4. The best game. Oh, there's the guy. Yeah. Wait, oh, is there a boss? Oh, there's a boss. That's cute. And you're dead. Okay. Let's see. We get any loot? Of course not.
Poor Simon. He deserved better than a life. He broke this news to find that Sev.
the fuck is this build? It's just a good one. That's it. It's just a good one.
Elias insists for wisdom. The knowledge we seek is well guarded, and we cannot fight our way through alone. In the name of knowledge, I must accept.
Well, that's kind of cool. Damn. Never seen someone who's actually good at games before? Well, the search will continue. Alright, so, let's see here. Go and do that. I guess, yeah, I'm not going to need either one of those. This is the trailer zone, isn't it? Yeah, it is. I didn't even know that. This game is the best graphically RPG. Oh, it is by far the best in terms of graphics. Like, no other game even comes close to it. There's a chance that Path of Exile 2 will be that good. PoE 2 is not better. Well, PoE 2 isn't out yet. And I think that PoE 2 will be basically as good as what do you call it? It'll be as good as Diablo 4. I don't think it'll be better.
Tools of vengeance. Have a look.
Which is fine, by the way. It's not like it has to be better. I don't view that as like a negative. It's just being realistic. Okay, so what should we be doing right now? So we're level 70. And, well actually, I still need to finish a little bit more. Oh, let me go do this. Should Diablo 4 change to make the endgame more appealing? Diablo 4 endgame more appealing. Add in better stats and more chase items that you can work towards incrementally. Quick Oracle Eyes from Nagari Oracles, okay. Potion? I'll remember it probably by like level 85. One-handed weapons, collection of chaos, two-handed weapons. Should I ever do collection of chaos? Always? Okay. Okay. That's too bad. We didn't really get anything good out of that. Yeah, those weren't very good at all.
I can't do that here.
I really need to just get... Like, I'll do some Nightmare Dungeons. These are going to be the first Nightmare Dungeons I've ever done on Ancestral level. So I'm a little bit nervous, but we'll see how it goes.
What? I must move.
I'll do that as soon as I get my my renown completed, which should be really soon.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, that's a lot of mobs.
Reaching through my thoughts. It is getting harder to push her down.
Okay. Let's at least go do this, I guess. Elixir? Oh yeah, I should be using an elixir. You might like playing only up? I don't know what that is. I might try it. I'd be willing to try it. Where the mobs at? Just a bunch of snakes. Who cares? I'll kill a bunch of fucking snakes. This is annoying.
ready yet.
I can't take anymore!
This way.
Oh, axe.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait.
Give me the loot.
I'd be dead.
Yeah, whatever. Give me the loot. Give me the loot. Give me
Take this.
the loot.
¡Ayuda! ¡Por favor!
We got the loot. Holy shit, we got the loot. Oh shit. No Mercy passive. Which one is No Mercy passive? There it is. It's crazy good. Holy shit. I'm just debating whether I should get rid of damage reduction from distance. What do you guys think? Yeah, I'm feeling the same way. Oh, do we have a health item? Looks like we don't. Okay. Let's see. Why did I even go down here? Oh yeah, I need to go back to the previous group. It's gonna make in 3 minutes? Okay, cool. I guess I'll go do that. Did druids appeal to you at all in terms of being fun to play? Of course not. Okay, let's see here. In the gloves,
I ask you now.
the item level is obviously a huge disappointment, but we're gonna stick with this for probably the indefinite future. This is gonna be like my one step under the best neck I probably get. I will have this neck until I get the best neck in the game. At least I think so. No percentage damage. It doesn't have percentage damage, but I don't think it really needs it. I think that there'll be other things that are more valuable. And like 6% crit chance effectively is insanely good.
I thank you for heeding my call. I need...
What? Spit it out.
I am plagued by a demon, and the memories she brings forth.
I'm also thinking about re-rolling that damage over time for something that's more useful. Like, I want to get vulnerability instead of damage over time. Like, my rings are really bad, too. Like, I got this ring, and I thought about re-rolling damage to stunned over to vulnerability damage, but I also would lose resource gem. Need a lot of gold? Yeah.
The ritual! You broke the field team away.
Did you get your attack power so high? Oh, I don't even know what my attack power is.
Because we all know.
Yeah, I have no idea what my attack power is. I just do whatever I want. Yep, I put like literally 0 thought into it. Okay, I guess I'll just go over here and do this one. And what's the time frame for this? Where are we at? 580? Okay. So I guess let's just go do this quest. Actually, maybe it'll be faster to just do... No, I kind of want to do a dungeon.
Hi guys, well, in this video I was saying how to get more legendary items. Yesterday we have a broadcast or a stream, you know, from the depths, and they explain us a lot of things that are really...
That's crazy, I just got that knack.
Need more time.
I'm very happy about that. Does just grind at your own pace and playing the game for enjoyment? Well, I don't want to have fun playing this game. I would have rather to have already burned myself out and be at level 100 and hate the game. It's just that I've had real life that got in the way of that and I wasn't able to.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Oh, I looted it. Oh shit, I didn't realize that. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm doing very well. Doing great. I'm chilling. It's got a really good necklace.
I'm not ready yet.
Let's kill everything here. You know, I really haven't gotten a unique in a long time. I feel like I'm kind of getting fucked over with uniques. Yeah, it's weird, man. Could it be nice to have the gloves? I don't really need the gloves at this point, but it would be nice to have them, you know? Two-handed sword ancestral, that's good.
I'm not ready yet.
All that needs to be is a two-handed sword unique, and I'll be really happy.
I'm not ready yet.
Any loot? It's a big loot situation. Alrighty. Well, they're all dead. Oh, no, they're not. Got these guys too. Jesus. More sacred garbage.
I'm not ready yet.
Big loot? Of course not. Shit game. People complain about anime density? Well, compared to how it was, I mean, it's just like it's very feast and famine, right? You're gonna have a lot of enemies, and then other times you don't have any. I think that's kind of what makes it frustrating, is there's like such a large disparity. Oh, flamberge. That could be really good for me. And pants.
Not ready yet.
Okay, kill him real quick. And then we'll look at doing the hell time. Okay. And that should also be, by the way, take a look at this. Alright. Yep, sword, we're going to look at it. Let me just go down here.
I've got sharp, blunt, sinister.
Okay, 6-1. $740. That's so bad. Oh, it's so bad. I'm gonna just sell that. Man, those really aren't very good either. Man, that's a really good item. But I lose one of my stats. That one. It's got 2 shit stats. Yeah, like replace overpower and you're good. No, it's not good. Because like I could replace overpower. Yes, of course I could. But I can't replace ultimate skill. Yeah, it's got 2 shit stats. Like it's gone.
Shake on that.
Like it's not good. Okay.
My bags
can
are
I
full.
Alright, let's upgrade. Oh, I have to go to the other vendor.
Back if you need the forge.
There it is, boys. There's our Paragon. Okay, and which one do we put on here again? Which one is it again? Let me see. Wrath. There it is.
Greetings.
Okay, so now we just need to hit the dexterity and we're gonna be good.
Hello.
Greetings.
Damn, hi guys. Okay. And Let's upgrade this this neck too. It's actually a pretty good neck right there. Okay.
Bring us back something shiny.
Here we go. Oh man, this is gonna be fucking insane.
I hope you appreciate.
Oh my god, this is gonna be fucking ridiculous. Oh my god, it's gonna be disgusting. Look at that. Have you seen Reddit admins forcefully reopen subreddits? No, I haven't seen that. Is that actually happening, or just people making that up? Let's add sockets real quick. Yeah, I told you guys that would happen. Like, I literally said that would happen. I mean, it's just, of course they're gonna do that. Like, they're not gonna just let the like, people, make it up. No, I mean, it's just
I can't do that here.
like, they have no control, like, I don't know what, like, I think that people would have a lot more, like, leverage with Reddit, but the reason why they don't is because nobody's gonna stop using Reddit. That's just the truth. They're not gonna stop using it. Oh shit, really? Oh shit, it's fucking, it's Panda TV. Oh my god. Oh shit. I guess he must have just started. Yeah, he's 51. He's just starting out now. Good for him. I guess we'll go over to here, and we'll start farming. Okay, let's just start big dicking this.
I can't do that here.
The younger folks in Raging Honey don't understand.
So that's again, the answer, did you choose Helltide? Just stay on tier 4. I just stay on tier 4. Like, if I can't do tier 4 Helltide, I don't deserve to play the game.
From within.
Is someone there?
Do you need my aid?
I should actually improve my my character, because like I shouldn't.
Help me find my baby.
Like, my gear for Helltides is like really, really bad, and it's bad in a way that it doesn't need to be. Like, I don't even have legendary powers, and like because of that, I've like died in Helltides multiple times, and it's just stupid. I'll just pick everything up at the end. Helltide's lagging like crazy. No, for me, that's not the reason why I'm dying. I just play like shit sometimes, you know? I mean, it is what it is.
I'm not ready yet.
Don't leave.
I must wait.
Jesus, how's this guy not dead?
Where are you?
God damn, there's a lot of these. I hate fighting these ranged mobs. All they do is run away from you. It makes me want to play a Thorns build so I can just kill them at range just by doing nothing. Okay. Let's keep going. Is your bar build bad for single target? Not really, no. It's pretty good. I feel like just in general I do really good damage. Like, obviously, am I going to do as much damage as maybe like a single target build? Probably not. But like, has there ever been a situation where I felt like my damage was holding me back? Absolutely not.
Not ready yet.
Did I miss one? Yeah, I did.
Can't risk more.
See, I don't mind this one. This one seems fine.
Not ready yet. I must wait.
Is that it? Oh, there's this guy. Huh.
Not ready yet.
Oh, it's this guy. Oh no. I think he's gonna kill me. I'm gonna kill the archers. Man, just does so much damage.
Not ready yet.
Okay, here we go.
I must wait. I must wait.
That wasn't too bad. Okay, let's see. I didn't really get very many of the things out of that, though. Oh, this is like failed, right? Because like I didn't do it in time, or he like bugged out or something.
I can't risk more.
Just wait. Okay. I'm gonna throw some of these away. That's pretty cool that I was able to solo that boss, though. Like, I popped the fuck off. That was awesome. XP grind at 92 plus is something. Yeah, I hear pretty bad things about that. Paragon points, by the way? Oh, yeah. So I need dexterity. Dexterity. Okay, three more, and then I get this buff.
De cerca o a la distancia, tengo armas para cualquier tipo de combate.
So I should get it in like maybe like 20 minutes.
Te quitaré ese peso de las manos.
That was kind of a waste of time, but whatever.
Not ready yet.
Kill everything here, might as well. What I usually do for these health hides is I just run around and until I find an elite or a what do you call it? Like an event, I just don't ever get off my mount. Unless I'm like out of charges or they knock me off my mount or something like that. Grab the flower. What flower?
I need time to do that.
They glow? Okay, I'll try to pay attention. Treasure goblin.
Not ready yet.
Do we get anything good there? No.
Not ready yet.
Yeah, we're just really not farming a lot of dubs here. Nightmare Dungeon Mobs with a 90 plus or your character 90 plus for Shaco. I feel like the item just has such a low drop chance. They have like such a low drop chance that there's like no real like we don't have enough data to really know. That's kind of what I think, but I'm not sure. Dude, where are the fucking events? This sucks. Okay, we found one. Oh, alright. Stun inflicts damage from the bleed. I think that's okay. Not amazing, but it's okay. So is it these right here? Yeah, it is.
I'm not ready yet.
How many chests do I need to loot here? 3 ranks of challenging shout and physical damage and distant. That's actually a really good chest piece. Yeah, you guys are gonna have to help me find the mystery box.
Not ready yet.
Ancestral War Mallet, that could actually be very good. Man. Alright, let's see. Okay, where's the first one? Where's the first one here? Yeah, just give me an idea where it is. Up north? Okay, got it. Let's go. Oh, oops. I didn't mean to do that. Next to that altar above me? Okay. Alright, here we go, boys. Big dick, big dick, big dick, big dick, let's go! Not good. Also not good. Not good. Not good. Okay, nothing there was good. Alright, well, let's keep farming. Alright, no, I'm not worried about it. We'll get something good soon.
Do you need my aid?
How many more are there? There's one more? Okay. One more now, two more spawn in 20 minutes? Okay.
Not ready yet.
Yeah, this is the kind of stuff I really wish I had Thorns build for. Because, like, having to, like, run out of the circle to kill these mobs, it just feels, like, really... Like, I feel like gameplay like this, it just feels really bad as a barbarian. Like, regardless of, like, whether it's, you know, like, fair or anything, like, I just think it feels bad. Or it's balanced. Bad on all classes? I don't think so. I think as a sorcerer or a necromancer or a ranged rogue, I feel like it wouldn't matter at all. Like, whenever I played it myself, as a sorcerer, it didn't really bother me at all. But it felt a lot worse whenever I was playing it as a melee character. Sword DPS sucks, though. It's hard to say. I don't know if sorcerer sucks or the people playing sorcerer suck. Both? Damn. Where the fuck are the events, man? Oh, there's a boss.
I appreciate that. The ledger that she...
Okay.
I must wait.
I thought that would drop way more. Unfortunately, it didn't. Tell you how to make a pizza video. Cobweb looked delicious. Thanks, man. It tastes delicious too. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Should I try to go for all 4 of the chests and just farm out the extra resources?
I need more time.
So I just want to get. I want to get better gear. Oh, there's one. Oh, this is a really good one. I wish there were more people here. I should probably do these in a group. Yeah, like I'm usually a solo player, so like it's not normal for me to play with other people. But I think it'd probably be a good idea in this situation.
They're not ready yet.
Hopefully we get another pack of elites. Hopefully we can kill these guys, get one more wave. Got it.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, I can imagine how much better that would have been if we had more people.
Ready yet.
I watched the new Armored Core gameplay. Yeah, I did. I watched it earlier. It was really good. I was really impressed. I think the game's going to be great. I think that there were a number of people who were kind of skeptical because it's like, you know, what's this like mech shit, like what? Because you know, people are used to playing, you know, the Dark Souls games from Software. So 4 is better, more difficult, but better for experience, faster for dungeons and events. Oh, I don't like. I just wanted to get the Helltides done faster. That's all. Sacred Mace. So where's the next one? Oh, all here is a Helltide too. Oops. Below a Helltide symbol? Okay. Oh, let me go do this first. Ancient Siphon. Okay. So where is it? A little more south. Oh yeah, it's spawning.
Not ready yet. Not ready yet.
Nice. Nice. Look at that. Okay, so where is it again? I'm trying to find out where this Helltide box is. Down the middle? Okay.
Not ready yet.
350? Oh, yeah, you're right.
Not ready yet.
I feel like there's not enough elites. Like, where's the elites, man? For real though, yeah, really. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, I think if I did this with a group, it'd be way better. It's like, my speed clear isn't, like, really super good. Okay, here's somebody else. That's good.
Not ready yet.
Can I get a screenshot? This is what I'm talking about. Alright, let's go.
I'm not ready yet.
Nice. An ancestral ring too, that could be good. 18 minutes, 200 more Cinder, you got this? Oh, I mean, I'll get it for sure. I wasn't aware there was even a question as to whether I would get it. Of course I'm going to get it. It's just that, like, I mean, I could die, right? I mean, I could just, like, stop paying attention or something like that and fuck up, but other than that, I should be fine. Do you play Whirlwinds with Thorns? I don't know what I'm going to play with Thorns, honestly. I don't know. I haven't really thought about it. That was easy.
Oh, it's alright.
Or to loot. No loot. Okay, we're already over halfway done. Holy shit. Oh, there's one. Oh, wow.
We demand blood.
Nice, this druid is stacked. I need 2 more levels, and then I should be good for my, for, like, my gear and everything. Or my new ability, I mean. Should I stand in this? Ancestral pants.
Not ready yet.
Sacred Ring is not ideal, but, you know, we'll take what we can get. That druid does a lot of damage too. I'm gonna just throw some of these things away that I'm not really gonna use. Okay, let's keep going around. Chest updated. Where's the next chest? Top left. Okay. Very top and very bottom. Oh fuck. $250. So if these respawn, does that mean that there's a chance that these up here respawn? Nope.
I'm not ready yet.
Boss. Jesus, where the fuck are the mobs? Oh, there's an event right there. Let's do that. Go do that. Okay. I have 600 of those things too.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait. I must wait. I'm not ready yet.
Giant sword. Okay, so you guys said very top. Why not 200 sword? Because I don't have a good one yet. Far left. Okay.
I'm not ready yet.
So like over in this area? Yes, okay, got it. Is it up here? Seems as though it's not.
Not ready yet.
Might as well kill these guys while I'm here.
Not while I'm in town.
You were right. So it's up here? Oops.
I'm not ready yet.
It's where I jumped over at? No, that's not it. It would show up on the map. I don't see it.
I need time to do that.
Can I teleport over there? I guess so. Just kill all these guys, might as well.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I just had to do that. There's so many of them. Okay, I'm still not seeing it. Left and down? Okay. If I can't figure it out in like a minute, I'm just gonna look it up.
Time to do that. I must wait.
You passed it? Okay, I'm gonna look it up. It's helltides.com, right? It's literally on the map. No, it's not. Is it? Where's Mom?
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, it's only 5 minutes left.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay. Where is it? Go south more? Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay, we found it. We need to get one more after this.
can't lift more. You can't lift more.
Okay, and where's the other bottom one? So it's at the very bottom, right? Okay. Far bottom middle. Okay. How many do I have? 192? Okay. About 3 minutes left. Stress me out. Yeah. I know I'm gonna make it in time. It's not a big deal. I'm not worried about it.
I need time to do this.
3 minutes? Yeah, it's 3 whole minutes. This one. 1 minute ago, I was all the way up at the top.
I need time to do this.
Okay, so where is this one? It's still at the bottom. Bottom Lilith statue? Okay.
I need more time. I need time to do this.
He'll probably be going to it as well. I see.
I need more time.
Okay.
My burden is too great.
Okay, we got them all. There it is. We be good. Fuck yeah. Alright, let's go ahead and turn this shit in. Inventory tilting. Yeah, I don't like dealing with inventory. It's just annoying. Hopefully we got something good. Alright. 691. Oh yeah, I might use that. Let's see. This one is okay.
I'll check on that. That's a deal.
Yeah, it looks like all of those are bad.
Donut, yourself.
Okay, now let's disenchant the legendaries. Sacred Fury per second while berserking. I don't know if that's good or not. Dust Devil 100 Fury. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. And that's a delete. Sweet.
can break that down.
Ancestral Axe. I feel like I already have a very good axe, so it's like yes, obviously this is better than what I have, but I just don't really think it's worth it to change. So I'm just gonna vendor it.
You can still use these.
Oh yeah, I wanted to have one of these. It was a one-hander? Oh, okay.
You can still use these.
Let's see. Bludgeoning Thorns. Injured, bleeding, berserk. I'm just gonna get rid of that. What do you guys think? Is this worth holding on to? The bleed? Max roll nearly? Yeah, it is. Man. Like, I just keep getting these... Like, I got resource gen on this one, which is, like, great, you know? But it's 5%. Oh, it's so bad. It's not worth it? Yeah. Fuck. I'm debating whether I should re-roll the stunned. I could do a singular re-roll on stunned. What do you guys think? I think I should do it. Like, it's just one re-roll. It's not like big re-rolls or anything. I'm gonna upgrade this one too. Maybe I should upgrade this. I think I also should probably upgrade this weapon too. It's a decent sword, yeah, I know.
Never seen something finer.
Yeah, I'll upgrade the amulet too. That's another fury cost and CDR. I don't think that one has a lot of value though.
Tar then.
Yeah, let's upgrade this one. That's actually a tremendous upgrade right there. Okay. Won't bake 795. No, it won't. It's not my bis.
Well,
It's just good for now. That's all. Okay. Let's do a few different rerolls. Let's go ahead and try to reroll this. I'm gonna do damage to stunned, and we'll see if we can reroll resource. Let's do this one first, because if we get resource gen on this, it would actually be pretty good. So here we go. Okay, we didn't get it. I guess we'll just go with crit damage. I might reroll this again, I'm not really sure. Probably not, though. Okay, and then this one here, damage over time. Like, I could try to reroll resource again, but I just don't really think it's worth it. What do you guys think? It's only 5%. Yeah, I just don't think it's worth it. Okay, let's reroll this. And so we're going to reroll damage reduction from distant enemies. Is that right? That's what we all agreed on?
Buen intercambio.
Okay, here we go. Let's do it. I don't think any of these are good. I'm going to do 2 more rerolls.
Se desarmó sin problemas.
I feel like healing received is like decent, but it's just not worth it. All right, last one right here. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna do one more. Ooh. I don't know which one's better. You cap armor anyways? Armor's no magic? Yeah. I feel like I should go 4% DR. I'm gonna be honest. I think we should just do DR. I'm gonna do it. But like, I mean, I guess I never really get hit at range, right? Like, it's extremely rare for me to get hit at ranged. So like, should I stick with the 19%? Or should I just go with base DR? I think I should stick with the 4%. It's done. Okay. And now let's go do this. Oh, we'll also do Gamba after this too. I need one more. One more and I get my bonus.
Not while I'm in town.
Oh yeah, I was gonna upgrade some of these. I'll do one singular reroll on this one and see if it's worth it. And I don't even know why I have that. I'm not seeing a lot of W's here. I probably need to clean this out and get rid of some of these items. I think Crypt's aiming for 17k armor. Well, I don't know. I mean, like, I could be wrong with, like, what I picked, but I already picked it, so it's done. Okay. Let's do one reroll. Now we're looking for vulnerability. It doesn't really matter. I'm not going to re-roll it again. Okay. Let's see. I guess I should probably just do some enchants, right? I could do this one here. And I could also do this one as well. It's kind of wasted. Yeah, I don't think it's super great either, but it's decent. I think I have another max roll for this too. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have another one. Getting DC'd every 5 minutes. Nah, I haven't gotten DC'd at all today, actually. I'm just gonna do it. And then I'm gonna do this one too. I feel like this one's definitely worth it. Strange? Yeah, it sucks, man. Sometimes it can just be like really annoying like that. I have the next tier of gems unlocked. Oh, really? Okay, I guess I should do that. Should I try to re-roll this? What do you guys think? I could try to re-roll damage over time for vulnerability. I could just try to do like one spin on it. I think I do it. Let's do it. Nope. Okay. So I'm not going to re-roll it again. And I also need to get rid of this. Let's see what we can do for like a weapon. Actually, how many of these things do I have again? I can do it. Okay, yeah, let's go this way.
I can't do that here.
So we're going to disenchant one more weapon, so we can apply a new legendary affix. We could also apply... I don't know if this Whirlwind Dust Devil thing is very good. We could do direct damage with Berserking. So it's fun. I feel like it clears mobs that like aren't near me, and that has value in itself. And this is another Dustin slot, or perfect roll, so I don't want to use that right now. See, like, I could use this. I feel like this is really good, but I don't think I should use it on the current legendary that I have, because I just don't think it's worth it. And also, they said on the website to use this on, like, your necklace or something. So I think I'm going to use it on the neck. Do you have the Whirlwind Grasp? Yeah, I do. I have that. The neck? Yeah, I know. I know it multiplies them. I am aware. I feel like what I should do is I should use this kind of mediocre one right here instead of one of my perfect rolls, because the mediocre one is like who cares, right? It's not very good, and I can just use that for now until I get a better weapon. I think that's the smart. This is not a good ring, guys. It's a bad ring. It would be a good ring if the resource generation said 12 and not 5. But this is the lowest roll on the most important stat. It's a bad ring. Here are the good items that I have. This right here is a good item. Okay? That's a good item. This right here is also a good item. This is also a decent item. Everything else that I have, this is also a good item too. Everything else that I have is basically trash. So, let's go ahead and do that. We're going to apply it to this weapon, and we're also going to get a glove enchant as well. So what do we have for glove enchants? Could do barrier, but I don't really have barrier. I also have a perfectly rolled ring that I can use too. I don't really want a Dust Devil. Isn't this 32% more damage to bosses? How are we feeling about this? Bad? Does it work on bosses? Oh, well then it's garbage. Okay. Gores is Biss. I think Gores is the Biss, but this one is also extremely good because it increases my lucky hit chance by so much, and it can also have a proc to restore resource.
I can't do that here.
So those things put together, I think, make it really good. It's going to be the best I can get until Gores. Damn, that's a lot to extract it. It's 400,000 to extract. I think I just go with base damage while berserking. With bleed. Lucky hit one. No, I don't have Call of the Ancients. Yeah, I think I just apply this, and that's good enough, you know? Like, this isn't really good, but it's better than nothing. I could also, I don't have the enchant on my helmet, so I could always put, like, barrier on my helmet or something like that, and that way I could get the buff that I do more damage whenever I have a barrier up. I feel like that could be good. Maybe barrier would be better.
Esto me vendrá
No,
bien.
I don't think so, because it's only 20% more damage, and it's only going to go from 15 to 20%. So what do you guys think? Like, should I do barrier or not? Barrier's best? Okay, let's do barrier then. I need to get a, I have multiple barriers. Berserk Ripping is disabled. I'm pretty sure everything is enabled again. And this is another perfect roll that I have. So I can use that at some point. I'm just trying to find a barrier buff. That's a really low roll. I have a better barrier one, so I'm just trying to find that one. So today, I want to tell you the story, the adventure, the beginning of a grand adventure of a young Asmongold many years ago, sitting in his room, playing the Burning Crusade. There I am, 16 years old. I was happy, hanging out with my friends all the time, every day. This is all I did and all I knew, was playing video games, having fun, and chilling out with the boys. As you can see right there, that's Cody in the back. That's me with the video camera. Zach, Micklereevy, you guys know him. And then Cameron eating there, over there eating my hot fries. He ate fucking all of my hot fries all the time. And this was the case for years. There's another one. There's Jeff in the background. That's me playing WoW with my old hoodie. This is the exact hoodie that I had. Where is it? I think it's like right, it should be downstairs. This is the same hoodie that I wore whenever I was on the stage at BlizzCon. That's right there. That's Jeff, Cameron, and Toby. That's us in my other room. And we were just playing games, hanging out together, having fun. And this is what my life was every single day. Every single day, this is what I was doing. And this is what they were doing too whenever I was playing WoW and I didn't want to go outside. They were not happy. They were not happy at all with the fact that I was staying inside all the time. But they wouldn't understand the fact that I had something greater that I was working towards. I had something greater that I was trying to do. I cleaned off my desk and I was ready for that fateful night, January 7th, 2007. Myself and my mother. A long time ago. There's me and my mom. My mom took me up to GameStop on the midnight release of the Burning Crusade, the very beginning of the game. And we waited in the line in the freezing cold. And after about an hour, we got inside, and my mom bought me and herself one copy of the Burning Crusade, as well as that t-shirt right over there that I still have. We came home, and after a while of loading everything together and getting it all together, which took me quite a while, trust me, it took me a very, very, very long time, I went through the dark portal for the first time. Now this is all I've been waiting for. Years, or a year about, 6 months, I have been playing the game, and this is the one reset that I was waiting for. This is the one time that I had wanted to go back and see things reset to put myself on an even playing field with all the other people that were in the server and that I thought that I could be better than myself. Before the dark portal opened, during the final event, there's me, and I want you guys to look right now at the two people that I'm next to. This was before I was in the guild Overdose. At level 54, young Asmongold encountered this warrior right next to me here, Deerbolt. And I tried to have him duel me outside of the Nax entrance. And you could see his gear, and you could imagine my gear at level 54. I lost. I asked him if I could join the guild, and he said LOL, and he said no. I could not join the guild. I took a screenshot with them. And I thought to myself, one day I will be in that guild. One day, I will join that guild. I enter the Burning Crusade, and I see, of course, for the first time, the Fel Reaver. I think this is the first time that I had ever seen him. I didn't know what to expect. All I knew was that I was going to play all night and all day, as much as I could, as much as possible. And at the very beginning, there were some group quests. Sometimes I didn't really have anybody else to play with, and the only person that I knew who was online was my mom. And so my mom and I went together into the Burning Crusade, into Hellfire Peninsula, and we did all of the quests together at the very beginning. And we leveled up, and we got all that stuff done, the two of us, that night, back in the day. So I stayed up later and later, more and more, until the sun came out and I hit level 61. And it just kept going. Obviously, I kept farming, I kept leveling, I kept doing what I needed to do. I did all the dungeons, of course. It goes without saying, but I did. There's me at level 62, doing ramparts for the first time. Probably top DPS, but I didn't show off the damage meter because I didn't want to I didn't want to embarrass the other people, of course. Ramparts was not the only dungeon. I also, of course, did Blood Furnace as well. And I was the tank. As you guys can see, I put on a shield, and I did what I needed to do. Because I didn't play an arms warrior, I played a warrior. I did what I needed to do, and I did whatever was necessary. Also, as well, a little bit later on, I went to bed. And I woke up that morning, and I heard the fateful words that it was a snow day. The day that Burning Crusade released, it was a snow day. And so I logged back on. I called my friends, and we played the game all day. It was, in Texas, we get 1 snow day a year, on average. I hit level 64. I was working my ass off, playing as much as I needed to play. I made my way into probably one of the coolest zones that the game has ever really had. The Grand. One of the first times ever I had seen something like this. And as an online gamer, this is one of my first experiences that I ever had. I went to the Grand for the first time. I was exploring around, looking around. I was excited to see everything. And also, as you guys see, I was in a guild at that time, and that guild's name was Silent Asylum. You'll hear a lot more about Silent Asylum very soon. I did, of course, the Ring of Blood. This is me just waiting for my turn to do it with my group. Yeah, you guys will hear a lot about it. And I saw the biggest NPC that I had ever really seen at that time in the game. I saw Durn the Hungerer. This was a big-ass motherfucker. And we were going to beat his ass. I thought it was going to take a lot longer, but turns out it just took until, like, later on, probably that day. Boy, it wasn't that hard, because we had a 10-man group to do it. It wasn't that bad. And at this point, it was probably about a few days into the Burning Crusade. It took me quite a while to level up. I was actually quite slow with leveling, and it took me, I would say, about on average a week for me to get up to max level. But after that time, I made my way up, and I got all the way to level 69. Almost there. And finally, after level 69, I hit level 70. Now, if you guys look at my toolbars and my bar there, my character was so shitty. It was so bad that I decided that I was going to level as prot because I kept dying so much. I was absolutely terrible at the game. If you look at my toolbars there, my taskbar, whatever you want to call them, it was not good. It was very embarrassing. I was way worse then than I am now. And of course, what did I do in order to get level 70? What was the first thing that I did? Well, it's obvious. I went and I got my flying. I had saved up just enough gold to be able to afford expert flying right there. And this is something that I'd wanted. It was 800 gold back in the day. And this was my first time ever flying in the game. Right there. I was excited. I was happy. I was glad. I felt good about myself. Definitely did. And I spent the next hour or so just flying around, enjoying myself, and experiencing the world from a place that I had never seen it before. I was very happy to be able to do this. And then obviously, as time went on, I went and I did all the other quests that the game had. Yeah, I got the Snowy Griffin. I think yeah, it was the Snowy Griffin the first time, I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah, it was. And I also did all the max level quests. I was trying to get ready because my guild, Silent Asylum, they were getting ready to raid. See, obviously with Burning Crusade, the game wasn't the only thing that was released. It was also, of course, the raid itself and all of the end-game content. So I started doing the max level quests in Shadow Moon Valley and also in Netherstorm. I saw some very powerful NPCs with some armor that I wish I had had. That guy over there had Dreadnought. My character looked like an absolute complete fucking clown. I looked like a tank in Burning Crusade. That's exactly what it was. I looked like an absolute fucking idiot. And as time went on, I went over, I did dungeons, and not only did I do the dungeons by myself, but I did them with my guild. My guild was very weird. See, what you need to understand about my guild is that person next to me right there, the eye twitch, that was my my guild master, and she was crazy. And that craziness led to a number of problems throughout the years. I had originally joined this guild in Vanilla WoW. And we'll go ahead and we'll rewind for just a moment here, and I want you guys to see something else. Back in Vanilla WoW, I was still in this guild, and this is the guild that I went in to Burning Crusade with. I thought we had high hopes. I mean, shit. We killed the first boss in AQ20. You think that's a joke? Think that's a joke? You think you just kill Carniacs randomly? Nah, man, that shit was hard. That was hard. And so I thought to myself, man, you know what? We can take on anything. We can beat any boss. We can do anything that we set our minds to. And you know what? There were a lot of things that we tried to do, and it didn't necessarily go quite as well as we thought it would. As you can see, my armor was beginning to get better. I was starting to get some of the Fell Steel armor. You can see those Fell Steel gloves on my character. I'm getting a better shield. I'm still using that sword right there. Was from the Durn the Hungerer quest line. The Crystalline Kopesh, if I remember what it was called correctly. And as time went on, we went through the different dungeons. We made our way into Heroic. And we pretty much had a terrible time. But after struggling and fighting and getting pissed off at each other, and then also getting pissed off at each other, and then also, on top of that, getting pissed off at each other, I did actually get some pretty cool gear. Look at me right there. I looked like a fucking boss. I looked like a literal god. Look at that, dude. Look at that, dude. Yeah, dude. Those were the days, man. The big dick days. And you know what? As time went on, finally, our guild got enough people together to not only get outside Karazhan for the first time, that was us getting together and gearing up, but actually get inside the instance with everybody attuned together for the first time ever. This is the first time that I had ever been inside Karazhan. That's with my guild right there. Started off strong. It really did. We did a great job. We defeated Attunement the Huntsman. What an incredible adventure. We lost a couple of people. It was a hard boss. It really was. We would raid every Friday, and I would tell all my friends I'd have to make excuses back then. I'd have to tell them that, you know, I couldn't go out. I couldn't do anything because I had to stay home and raid Karazhan. And you know what? I didn't regret it. I enjoyed it. I was very excited to be able to do that. It was awesome. And over time, I got better gear, and I got better stuff. But the truth was that a lot of that gear I didn't actually get inside of Karazhan. Most of the Karazhan gear was a waste of time. But what I did instead was Arena. I did Arena with my mom. My first Arena team, my first Arena game ever was with my mom. This is not it, but it's a screenshot of us playing together. I was an idiot. The first time the gates opened for the Arena, we ran the opposite direction because we didn't know what side the gates opened on. So we were running against the wall while the Arena was beginning. Now, we played together. Everything went relatively well, but the truth is that I was an asshole, and I would get mad at my mom constantly. And I ended up leaving the Arena team. And my mom saw that I left the Arena team. And I remember she typed me in chat, "Fuck you." She was not happy that I left the Arena team. But there was a guy that I had played with. He was actually in my guild as well. His name was Nomas Evil. And he is the guy that I would have done Arena with for the next year. Now, we were still in the same guild at this point. He was in Silent Asylum, and I was in Silent Asylum. It was a great time. Or was it? Or was it? Truth is that we spent a lot of time in Karazhan. We really did. But I'm going to zoom in on this picture here, and I want you guys to see the kind of gear that we were going with here. That axe right there was the Crystal Forged War Axe. And for those of you all with very good vision, you will see the enchant that I had on my level 70 weapon that I rated Karazhan with was Fiery Weapon. If you don't believe me, I still have it in my bank today. And this is us killing Maiden. It took a lot of time. It took a very long time. It was kind of embarrassing, honestly. But it was okay. It wasn't that big of a deal. It would take a little bit of time, but I would get better gear. I would work on it, and I would just do what I needed to do. And obviously, as I got the better gear, I also got better professions. I spent time out in the plateau, and I crafted my breastplate of kings. It was one of the last items that I still needed, and as time went on, I got better and better gear. I worked my ass off trying to get all this stuff, and it took me quite a while. And I was still in Silent Asylum, and throughout time, we finally managed to kill King Malchezaar, the last boss in Karazhan. I was very happy about this. Do you guys want to know why I was very happy about this? I'll show you. Prince Malchezaar, excuse me. Here's why I was very happy about it. I got Gorehound. That's right. That was my first epic weapon back in Burning Crusade. I was fucking ready. Me and Nomos Evil right there. Me and my boy. We came together. And not only did we defeat, and obviously everybody was happy. I realized I just have another screenshot of that as well. Everybody was happy. See, Vetro, T-Storm, these are the same guys that I played with for years. T-Storm, if you guys keep in mind, he was the same guy that I saw earlier. Was it this one here? He was in my raid back at level 60, and here we are together, raiding in Karazhan over a year later. I got that axe. I was very happy about it. It was fucking amazing. And we used that axe to obviously keep going through, and we were able to kill Nightbane as well. Fuck you, Nightbane, by the way. And I did not put Fiery Enchant on it. I put, I think, Berserking Enchant on it. I believe I have that axe as well, too. I used that axe for a very long time. Very happy that I got it. Karazhan at that point, we had basically mastered Karazhan. Karazhan at this point was basically like Stormwind. I spent more time in Karazhan than anywhere else. I would put people on follow and take naps in between wipes on Shade of Iran in Karazhan. And actually, speaking of Shade of Iran, I believe I might even have something special here. Let me go ahead and find it. So, I don't know what happened, but my entire thing just pretty much shut down. So I think somewhere around where we left off here was inside of Karazhan. Now, Karazhan was probably one of the more exciting raids that I had to do. I spent days in Karazhan. And then after those days were over, I spent weeks in Karazhan. And after those weeks were over, I spent months in Karazhan. Every day I spent in Karazhan. I spent so much time in that raid that the sheer mention of the name Karazhan would make me physically sick. I'm not kidding, by the way. But it was not without its own rewards. There were things that I got out of Karazhan that were pretty nice. Of course, I did get Gorehound. I got a number of other amazing things too. I was happy. I was very happy. Karazhan was really everything that I could have hoped for it to be. And it was the first raid that I really got an opportunity to take very seriously and play all the time. So I was really happy to see that. But honestly, that time lasted too long. I spent way too much time in Karazhan. And that leads us to right where we left off yesterday. To the point where I had just killed Nightbane with my guild. Now, back in the day, I was what you like to call a nub. Now, a nub is somebody who's so shitty at the game that they're not even worthy of being called a noob. Absolute trash. And you know what? You guys might not believe that I was so bad at the game. So I figured I'd show you. Let me see if I can actually make this work here. Hopefully I will. Many years ago, a young Asmongold went over, and I recorded everything that I did back in the day. All of it, I recorded, and I put there. And as you can see there's my warrior. Defeating, Terrestrian Ilhoof for the first time with my guild, Silent Asylum. Now, Silent Asylum was a guild that, I was just kind of a remnant of Burning Crusade, or Vanilla WoW. I was in this guild, I had friends in this guild, everybody was getting along in this guild relatively well, but as time went on, what started to be realized is that the cracks were showing, and we were starting to be a lot shittier than what I thought that we were. See, Karazhan was one of the only raids, and we were able to complete Karazhan relatively easily. But what happened is Black Temple came out and we were still in Karazhan. People kept using our guild as a stepping stone, which is what made sense, because there were a lot of other much better guilds on the server. And people would get geared out in Karazhan from our guild, and then they would join a better guild. And I had a conversation with a kid in real life in my computer maintenance class in high school. And I talked to him about the game, and he told me that his guild killed Illidan. And I did not have the heart to tell him that my guild killed Karazhan. I was not happy. And this conversation led me to understand my place in the world. And it led me to resent it. The truth is that I thought that I could be much better than the moron that moved during Flame Wreath and Shade of Iran. Resentment started to grow with the way that I looked at this guild. Unfortunately, though, I was still attached to them, and I still played with them for quite a while. And it wasn't just these. I've got more videos later, but it wasn't just Karazhan. As time went on, we finally managed to scrape together a meager 25 players to do Gruul's Lair. Now you can see there all of these people are many of the different players. Look at Farlin. All these guys, I played with them all the time. And as you can see, this is the quality of the people that we were doing Gruul's Lair with. That guy right there was using the shoulders from level 60 WoW. The raid was harder than it had to be. It was. And unfortunately, I've got a story for that later on. Unfortunately, we had a lot of trouble. But as time went on, and we spent weeks and weeks in Gruul's Lair, at a certain point, which one is this? This was the actual time that we killed Gruul right here. So this picture right here, we did defeat High King Mulgar. And we were there in front of Gruul, and after probably, I would say, 3 hours or 4 hours of wipes, we did manage to kill Gruul in what I still believe to be the closest kill I've ever had of a raid boss in my entire life. And I will show you guys what that was. That was the kill right there, and I told this story before. There's the kill. This is how close it was. Every single player in the entire raid was dead, except for one healing priest that he died to dots on the way over to running to kill her. That was how close it was. Needless to be said, we never killed Gruul again. We couldn't really unlock that same level of luck. But unfortunately, we kept doing other stuff, and we kept having fun, and, you know, the guild stayed together at this time. But I started to realize that maybe I should do something different. And I moved over, and I did more arena as well. And myself and this other guy here, No Mas Evil, he and I played together for quite a long time. We got better gear, we got better rating, and we capped out our points every single week as a Warrior Paladin 2's team. It was beautiful. But there was a day where that ended. There was a day where No Mas Evil, one of my best friends in the guild, he and I played together all the time. One of my best friends in the guild. He quit the guild. And he joined Spaceballs. He left the guild. Now the reason why he left the guild is, as I said before, our guild master was like what you like to call a crazy bitch. And whenever you have a guild master that's a crazy bitch, it makes doing everything in the guild much more difficult. It's a struggle constantly. Nothing is working properly. Everybody is always mad. It's always an issue. People are constantly pissed off. And it's never a good time. So she was crazy. And her craziness led to a lot of really funny moments. Because the truth is that, honestly, this was fun. Watching her get pissed off was half of the reason why you'd show up to the raid at a certain point. And honestly, my friend Zach, he and I played together for years. And over time, over a lot of time, what he and I did is we decided to... See, the guildmaster, she thought it was a really good idea to allow people to change their notes in the guild. Well, we thought this was a good idea too, but not for the same reason that she did. It's because Zach went over and he changed everybody's guild notes to whatever he wanted. I think he changed her guild note to like Hooker or something like that, and he changed his own, but they always knew it was him. Did Fallen fucking change everybody's notes again? Guess who Zach's name was? It was Fallen. We changed everybody's guild notes. And I was laughing my fucking ass off about it. And at this point, I was looking for a new guild, but I couldn't really find one. I was upset, and I feel like I was falling behind. I thought back many times on the conversation that I had with the kid at my school, and I thought of all the opportunities that I'm missing out on being part of this shitty fucking guild. And I didn't really know what to do with myself. I was lost. I was confused, and I was disappointed in myself. This was the time and the point where it was a turning point for me in the guild and in the game, really. It's the time where I took matters upon myself, and I decided to do something else and do something different. I'm in the point where it was a conversation that I had with the kid at my school, and I thought of all the opportunities that I'm missing out on being part of this shitty fucking guild. And I didn't really know what to do with myself. I was lost. I was confused, and I was disappointed in myself. This was the time and the point where it was a turning point for me in the guild and in the game, really. It's the time where I took matters upon myself, and I decided to do something else and do something different. Now, at the same time that I was just start talking to this guild, I got messaged by somebody in the guild, overdose. And I started playing with those people right there. Those were the first contacts that I ever had with that guild. At that time, if you look at my armor right there in front of me, I had some of the best armor in the entire game. I was one of the only warriors that was good enough to play with this guild on the entire server. I know that you might not believe it, but I remember on a fateful night in Arathi Basin, I was messaged by this mage, Sesh here, and he asked me if I wanted to play with Overdose in a 5v5 team. And I knew at that moment, at that time, I could turn the tides in my favor, and I could change my destiny. Maybe I'm not always going to farm Karazhan. I talked to them about my guild, and eventually I said to myself, fuck it. I quit the guild. I quit that dog shit ass guild. I said, fuck it. It was a hard decision for me to make. I have been in this guild ever since Vanilla WoW. And for me to just leave the guild out of nowhere, it was hard for me to do. It really was. I know that some people, they might not really get that or whatever, but it was hard for me. And I felt bad about it for a while, but over time I came to appreciate the fact that I did leave. I was guildless for quite a while. The reason why I was guildless, even though I was one of the best geared warriors on the server, is because of one simple little fact. I was an obnoxious piece of shit asshole, and nobody wanted to play with me. Nobody ever wanted to play with me. I struggled a lot finding people to play with, and the truth is that I was basically a lone warrior. I couldn't really do a whole lot of stuff with anybody, really. I was just I was by myself. But I did have my own real-life friends. And my friends and I, one thing that we used to do is we used to troll the fuck out of people. So I applied to Spaceballs, the same guild that my friend Nomas Evil went to. And you know what they did? You know what those sons of bitches did? They declined me. I said, you know what? Fuck them. I said, you know what? Fuck them. Now I know people. I've got friends. I've got friends willing to do what they need to do for me. I've got a friend, and his name is Jeff. And on a fateful night that Spaceballs attempted to do Kazakh, I had my friend Jeff. There's me, there's Jeff, there's Spaceballs doing Kazakh. Now I want to explain how this boss works, because if I don't, you won't be able to fully appreciate this. Kazakh, if he is engaged by more than 25 players, immediately enrages, causing a raid-wide wipe, spamming a healing Shadow Bolt that kills everybody in the entire raid. So I had my friend Jeff there. And I asked Jeff, I'm like, you want to have some fun? You want to do something enjoyable, Jeff? And Jeff said, yeah, I do. And so I said, why don't you come on over to Hellfire Peninsula right now? I've got something for you to do right now. And there's Jeff, riding over to fight for my glory. And he rode like a kamikaze pilot into Pearl Harbor to doom Lord Kazakh. And the guild that declined me, the guild that defied me, Jeff destroyed them. He destroyed the entire guild. They couldn't kill the boss. They were furious. And nobody knew that it was me. I was just in there. Now, I had friends in Spaceballs. They messaged me. They said, bro, you wouldn't believe what just happened. And I said, oh, man. Did you guys kill the boss? They said, no, bro. No, we didn't. I said, shit. What went wrong? They said some Tauren warrior. Some stupid ass Tauren warrior. Under the name of Big Crits. That was his name, Big Crits. Came and ruined it for all of us. I said, Big Crits? I've heard about him for a long time. That guy's a dickhead. And they said, you're goddamn right he is. I fucking hate that guy. And you know what happened? You know what happened to Jeff? Absolutely fucking nothing. Jeff got a name change, unfortunately. They didn't like that name, Big Crits, and so everybody in the guild reported him. And there's Jeff's character right there. Now, this is way later on in Burning Crusade. I'm skipping slightly ahead, just for the sake of telling the narrative about Jeff. Now, one thing you have to know about Jeff is that Jeff has a brother named Cody. Now, Cody was Alliance and Jeff was Horde. Now, Jeff would always hog the computer, as you guys can see, with Tier 5, Tier 6, and Tier 4 gear. Every single weekend, Jeff would bring his computer up to my house. He would carry the CPU and I would carry the monitor, with the cords dragging on the sidewalk from his house to mine. And he would spend the night at my house with his brother and Cody and Cameron and all of the rest of us playing together. In my room, World of Warcraft Burning Crusade. And Jeff's mom would only let me walk Jeff home. She wouldn't let Jeff walk home by himself. He was a good boy. Or was he? Every single weekend, Jeff would make a raid for Gruul's Lair so he could ninja loot the Aldori Legacy Defender. There was a warrior on the Horde. His name was Alderic on Ascent. He was the best warrior and the best geared warrior on the entire server. Jeff wanted to be Alderic. Jeff saw that Alderic had that shield. Jeff had to have that shield. He would get together a measly, sad, pathetic excuse of 25 filthy Horde scum that would actually make Silent Asylum look like a good guild. And somehow he did manage to actually get the Aldori Legacy Defender. And Blizzard took it away from him because he ninja looted it. Twice. Jeff was still more geared than Cody, though. Cody was sitting around, and my mom felt bad for Cody. She always took it's like, you know, you have a pet that people are mean to, and my mom is like, oh, it's okay, Cody, I'll help you pay for your flying, it's alright, I know Jeff doesn't let you play a lot. And my mom would help Cody, and she helped him get Karazhan attuned, and Cody at this point was in greens, mostly. He was in greens and blues. He wasn't having a good time. Meanwhile, Jeff was chilling in full Tier 4. This was before this screenshot. He only had Tier 4 at this time. But my mom took an interest in making sure that Cody was happy, and that Cody had an opportunity to play with us. And here's one more screenshot I wanted to say. That's myself with T-Storm. He and I raided together even in Vanilla WoW. That was us getting ready to fight King Malchezaar. And this could have been the final pull that we did before I actually got Gorehal for myself. But anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself, or getting behind myself, however you want to look at it. After that, I want to talk about joining other guilds, and things that I did past that. Now, obviously, time went on, and I didn't really know what to do. I was basically a complete fucking idiot, and everybody needs to keep that in mind. I was a complete fucking idiot. Season 3 came out, and the first thing that I had wanted to do is I wanted to kill Doomroller. I didn't even know how to say his name, or Doomwalker, whatever the fuck it was. And I couldn't even spell. Back then, I couldn't spell shit. I had no idea what I was doing. But I knew if I got a big enough raid together, we could maybe kill the fucking boss. And you know what? By the way, who's a tank? This was my planning for the raid back in 2007. Heals on the tank. By the way, who's a tank? So I thought we were going to pretty much do everything right. And if you see that bag over my head, I know there may be some new players in there. But the real ones recognize it. The real ones recognize it. I was going to steal all the loot. But unfortunately, sometimes you get it, and sometimes you get got. Even with our 80-man raid, Doomwalker proved to be too powerful of an adversary. And so I had to go back to playing by myself again. Now at this point, I had very few friends in the game. I was being alienated by more people. More of my friends had been leaving the guild. But there were still a few that remained. One of my friends, let me make sure that I've got it open there. One of my friends right there, I just randomly saw him. I remember this was like a really funny screenshot. He was just randomly sitting in the deep run tram as I went to take the tram. And he says, "Hey man, look behind you." And I remembered I still did have friends. It made me feel good to know that. It definitely did. I was a lone ranger, a lone warrior, and the truth is, sometimes it was better that way. I farmed out my own stuff. I got my own nether drake. And at this point, I was basically all about myself. I was all about doing what I needed to do for me all the time. This was right whenever I got my nether drake right here. I'll show you guys some of the screenshots of that as well. Right here, so you guys can see, this is whenever I got exalted with Netherwing. And I was still in group with No Moss Evil. We were still playing together just like the old days, man. You are now exalted with Netherwing. And then, of course, what did I do after that? It goes without saying. But I went over, and I got my mount. And I want you guys to just take a look at what this screenshot is. That's my mom on her nether drake. My mom got her nether drake before I did. I don't know if I can ever forgive myself for that. I actually forgot that even happened until I just looked at it right then. My mom was a gamer. She had more slash played than I did, and it wasn't even close. But as time went on, as days went on, I started to realize that unfortunately, I was alone. I didn't have anybody else to play with. I didn't have anybody else to do anything with. And my only joy and happiness in the game was making other people mad in random battlegrounds by putting marks on their head. Take it off, man. It's hard to see with a big thing in front of you. Get this shit off, fucker. I'm not leaving till it's off. And I would just sit around and put random marks on people's heads and just do whatever I could to make them angry. This is all I would do. Eventually, I applied to every guild that I could on the server. And much to my surprise and no one else's, I was declined. Until finally I found a guild that was desperate enough to bring me into their ranks. That's whenever I joined Haven. Haven was going to be my new home. I had upgraded from my tier 4 guild to a tier 5 guild. I went from farming tier 4 to farming tier 5 in Zulaman. I was now playing with much better players. I was happier. I was enjoying myself more. And also, I was doing raids that gave me better gear, most importantly. Now, there are some other things that I do have to say. Obviously, this guild had its problems as well. It had a lot of problems. My previous guild, Silent Asylum, I was 17 years old at this time. 17 years old. My previous guild, Silent Asylum, at this point was floundering around just like they had always done. still wiping in Karazhan because they wanted to gear their 4th officer alts instead of actually investing in new players to continue raiding and pushing farther ranks. And they finally decided shame had befallen them so often and so many times that it was time for them to leave. Silent Asylum left the guild. They left the server. Entirely as a guild. And of course, I took great delight in watching them transfer servers and barely edge out a kill on Void Reaver. And I think they killed one boss in Serpent Shrine Caverns. And later on, the guild died. I was so happy. Because it made me feel like I was right. I knew the guild sucked. I hated that fucking guild. I hated the people in the guild. I hated everything about it. There were a handful of people that I had liked, and they had all quit the guild. They were done. I was off to new, bigger, and better things. I was raiding in this new guild, and I also want to say right now, wait, do we have one with the damage meter on? Where's the picture with the damage? Oh yeah, this new guild, I forgot to even say. So this new guild, they gave me, how long do I get member, do you know? Now, do you want to know why I wanted to get member in this guild? Does anybody have an idea on why I would want to get member in a guild? I mean, it probably had nothing to do with loot, right? I mean, there's no way it had anything to do with loot. Yeah, I mean, definitely not. No, of course not. But they did invest in me. And they gave me the red belt of battle that I would use for the rest of the entire expansion. This guild appreciated me. I forgot to tell another story. I apologize. Rewind back a couple of months before. Zach and I were playing together, and at this time he and I were leveling up alts together right there. That was my paladin and his mage on the coast of Westfall, or Wetlands, looking out, playing together every day. He stayed over at my house almost every single day, and we played together constantly. We hung out all the time, and it was some of the best experiences that I've ever had. I'll tell the other story too. So, Zach was also in a guild that, let's just say, he didn't get along with very well. Let's just say that he didn't like them all too much. And you know what Zach did? Zach did the only thing that a reasonable, good person would do. Zach went over and he ninja'd the entire guild bank. And he quit the fucking guild. Zach calls me on the phone. He says, Zach. I'm like, yeah, what up, Zach? He's like, dude, I got the whole thing. I said, what do you mean, dude? He's like, dude, I got it all. I'm like, what do you mean, dude? He's like, dude, I got the whole bank. I said, Zach, you stole the bank? He's like, yeah, I did, Zach. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? He's like, that's fucking right, dude. I said, come on down here right now, dude. Zach comes down to the house. He logs onto his account, and we take these screenshots on his account where Zach stole every fucking item out of this dog shit ass guild that fucked him around, didn't give him loot in Karazhan, and Zach immediately goes. He steals everything out of the bank, and the first thing that he does is he turns around and tries to sell the shit in trade chat. That's the first thing. What else was he gonna do? What else was he gonna do? Nothing. He's selling it in trade chat. Everybody's pissed off about it. Bodum Child just ninja'd all the shit out of our guild bank. Report him. And then as Zach was walking down, I knew this guy, Arwen. Arwen starts messaging me and he says, bro. I said, what up, man? How you doing? He says, not good. I say, shit. What happened? He says, you wouldn't believe it, man. I said, yeah, I would. I really would believe it.
Hey, bro.
Our guild bank.
All good. Sorry for not answering now. I was like listening to the story of Among Gold. How was the day? Good? I've been playing all fucking day. I need to get to tier 4. I have tier 4 to unlock it, but it's too heavy for me. You sound like that you play all day long. Yeah, I've been playing all fucking day. I unlocked tier 4, but it's too difficult for me for now. And I'm not so bad in power and all that. But yeah, I need level 17. Hmm. 70, yeah. I need that. I'm trying to do a lot of nightmare dungeons actually. Yeah, I'm doing that. I need to get up my glyph to the max level. It's not too much XP because they have to, you know, they will patch it, but not now. They will patch it before the first season. But for now it's not so bad, but it's not so good too. But yeah, I need to get the glyph up. I can kill mobs, you know, level 17. But I cannot kill mobs level 73. They are too hard. The thing is that I think that tier 3 items are not so good, really. They help you some I don't know, a little bit, but not too much. The, I like this idea, you know, but when I think it, it's like, what the fuck? The thing is that all the gear that I have now, for now, you know, is shit. For me, it's good because it's had the stuff that I need. But when I change tiers, you know, tier world to 4, I would need to farm all again. And I have some stuff. There are ancestral stuff that I get, you know. But yeah, I will need to farm all again. I have a lot of armor. If you see my stats, I have 4k of armor and 2k of power attack. I'm not so bad, really. The mobs in tier 4 are too strange, you know. I can kill some ones, you know, but if I target all the mobs in one place, they kill me. And I'm a source. I need to stack, you know, all the mobs in one place because it's easier to kill the stuff. But I will get there. That doesn't matter, you know. In one day or two, I will be 17. But I need to, you know, do it fast, because every minute that I spend in tier 3 is I'm losing time here, really. It's not the best gear, and I'm overpowered in this level for now. It's too easy for me, but I'm not so good for tier 4 for now. Like the skill level for tier 4 is much higher than the mobs, you know, in tier 3. It's, I don't know, I have to test it, but maybe I can do Nightmares level 12, maybe. This is level 9 and it's easy. It's not so hard. The thing is that they need to buff, you know, the Nightmare dungeons. They are good, but they're not so good. They will do it, but we need to wait for that. You're automod. Automod? What do you mean with that? Ah, yeah. No, I have the security thing in Twitch. Yeah. I don't know if let me see. Twitch put, you know, like a security barrier or whatever. Yeah, it's like the shield, you know, security is in Twitch. Ah, really? Maybe, yeah, the bad words, maybe you cannot write it because of the shield that I have. Yeah, it's like a mod. It's yeah. I don't know if I will leave it really, but for now, doesn't matter, I think. It's too slow to level up for, you know. It's really too slow. Doesn't matter if you use a 5% like potions, you know. It's too slow. I try to not focus on that because it's too slow. 1K fun. Yeah, it is lower. Yeah, the scale of experience you get, you know, from one level to another is a lot more. A lot more, really. I think they made it like that because they don't want that people, you know, go too fast because they don't have too many content in the game for now. maybe they do that. They do it like that because of that, you know. They want you to grind the level up, you know. But if I play, you know, 12 hours a day, and I don't know. It's for me. It's difficult. For a normal person that plays 3 hours a day, you got a cold? No, no, no. I have a issue in the nose that make me. Sometimes I'm bad, you know. Not bad like with a cold. But like it's like I cannot breathe well, you know. But no, I'm good. I'm good. It's normal for me. The thing is that I'm thinking that, you know, people will struggle a lot with the level system. I think because it's a pain in the ass, really. And drop system is actually another pain in the ass because 99% of the objects you get from the game are garbage, you know. Doesn't matter if it's legendary or not, really. 99% of the items are bad or garbage, whatever. I think they have too much drop, really. It's unnecessary, really. I will put less drops and maybe I don't know if it's more percent for good items because they want a long term of gaming, but maybe I don't know. I don't know really. It's too much garbage that you have to see all fucking day if you play the game. Like it's too much. You spend too much time seeing what you need, what you need. I think that people will complain a lot about, you know, the loot system and the tier system, really, because a normal person cannot get to 100, you know, in like 1 month or 2 months. No, I think they will never get to 100 in seasons, really, because it's too slow. Thank you, Wandering Soul, for following me. I don't know. Don't worry, bro. Don't worry. It's nice to see you, bro. If you have to work, that doesn't matter. You have to work. You know, work you first. Go and work. I see you tomorrow. Doesn't matter. Don't worry. I'm repeating all fucking day the same stuff, you know. I'm killing dungeons, killing dungeons, killing dungeons, killing dungeons all fucking day. Me too, glad to see you, bro. And glad you're fine, you know. That's good. I will try to continue. I don't know how much time I will be today because I have played like 12 hours today. I'm almost going, you know, to bed to rest. I need some rest and get more energy for tomorrow, you know, because I need to grind more. But yeah, 12 hours a day is a lot. I think so. I don't know how much people, you know, I know that you need to go, but I don't know how much people are saying like me, like too much, you know. I don't think that there's a lot of people that playing 12 hours a day, maybe more than that. I don't think so.
Bendiciones. ¿Tienes algo más? ¿Qué quieres? Vuelve si necesitas que forje algo.
Okay, guys. For today, I'm tired. Yeah, I've been playing like 12 hours, maybe or more. I don't know. I see you tomorrow. Really, I'm done for today. I grind too much.